fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 Minecraft. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big.
Hello. Hello, chat. How we doing? So hi, what's good, bro? So hi, what's good? Shout out to So High Gaming. Much love, big dog. Nice to see you here, dog. Nice to see you here. Not a big fan of the Necromancers. Hi, yo, what's up, everybody? YouTube, Twitch, Kick. Greetings from Greece. I love Greece. Shout out to all the Euros out there. I love Greek food. I love all your salads. And your woman. I'm here for base takes. You're going to see a lot of crazy shit today, bro. Tonight, we might get banned, chat, with the shit I might say. It's going to be real bad, so prepare yourself, because you're in for a fucking doozy tonight. You're in for a fucking doozy tonight, because I'm going to say some shit, and we're going to cover some real shit that happened today. I might get banned. We'll see what happens. However, though... Alright, slow down. Slow down. Slow the fuck down. Oh my god. Was that my voice? What? What the fuck was that? I got chat. I got chest hairs. I got chest hairs. I'm a grown ass man, chat. I'm a what the fuck was that? Lock in. What the fuck was that? It was a setup, I tell you. It was fake news, chat. It was fake news. I don't know what the fuck any of that was. I have no idea. Ooh, I like the green. The greenery. The greenery, chat. We're in the Matrix, chat. We're in the Matrix. Yeah, so chat, real talk today, man. Real talk today. We got some serious drama going on. There's a lot of things in the world going on. Shout out to my Asian waifu. Love her. Love her. Settle down. Lock it in. Not that kind of stream. But we got some serious shit going on, bro. Not gonna cat with you. It's kind of... Okay. Enough of the clips. Enough of it. There's some serious shit we're gonna go over, chat. There's some serious shit we're gonna go over. I think it's only right we talk about what's going on today. More than anything, we'll probably lead off with that once we get into it. Because there's a lot of crazy shit going on in the world right now. If you guys are not living under a rock, we're about to talk about that here in a second. But before we get into it, before we get into it, yeah, a lot of shit is going on, dude. It's kind of alarming. Yeah, I know, and we're about to get into it. Yes, we're gonna talk about what's going on in Colorado as well today, and you know, I'm not trying to branch. Like, here's the thing, chat. I'm not trying to branch into a lot of politics stuff. Like, you know, obviously I'm a WoW guy, but I feel like it's only right of the time of just at least bringing some type of, you know, discussion to it and talking about it. We will go into that here in a second, but yeah, I guess it's right if we go into it now. You know, maybe we jump right into it, and you know, no. All jokes aside, let's pause the music, chat. All jokes aside, yeah, it's a crazy day today, man. Chat, I did not expect today to be like this on the news. I did not expect to wake up to this type of news. And I think we're in a crazy time in life right now, overall. Yeah, it's a crazy time. Make Alliance great again, chat. We gotta make the Alliance great again, for sure. We do. Overall, you guys know how I feel about World of Warcraft. I've been having a lot of weirdos in my comments lately on YouTube. I'm assuming it's these private server fucking closet boys, these quizzards, right? That keep coming to my chat recently, and not even on YouTube. Sometimes, even last night, there was one weirdo. We had to ban his ass. But it's these fucking dweebs that come into the comment section, and they just say some nasty shit. They spam the same shit over and over again. I had one dude, believe it or not, chat. Supposedly, he said he's making 3 different Discords to tell people not to watch my videos. Good for you. This guy, I think I checked his profile. He didn't make videos until like 10 years ago. I think he's a plumber now. Much love to him. Shout out to the plumbers out there. But it's just, it's just weird, you know? There's a lot of people out there. It's a scary time to be alive, man. It's a scary time. Yeah, 3 Discords with his bots in there. Yeah, it's really crazy. Hey, I play private servers and I'm cool. No, everybody here is cool. You know, I have no beef with everybody. I'm just saying, like, there is some weirdos, you know, out there. You know, there's some people out there that are trying to, like, you know, they're trying to come at me. They're trying to attack me. They're trying to tarnish my name. They're trying to say that I'm either no good for the community, or I'm a shill, or I'm this, and that. They don't know who I am. You know what I mean? None of these motherfuckers know who I am. I don't really care to cater to anybody. At the end of the day, I make content that I want to make, that I like making, and they don't know the effort and the, you know, time it takes to make that content. All they know is the effort of us picking up their keyboard and writing something to somebody online because they feel like that's the best way to go about their day. But I do think there is, and I'm just going to say it right now, and I think we're going to open up with this before I go into what's going on with life today. I genuinely believe there is a lot of mentally ill retards in the World of Warcraft community. I think we need to get rid of these mentally ill retards, and I think we need to stop these retards from playing the game. I think there needs to be some type of inspection done on these mentally ill psychopaths that are more than likely banned from a local school in their own town. They're more than likely have restraining orders against them. They're more than likely losers who will never do something with their life. They're more than likely people that have never even stepped out of the basement or stepped out of, you know, anything serious in their life, and they've been sheltered their entire life, and they're very corny. These are the same people that don't even pass a 20 parse. So it is what it is. Yeah, and join the Discord, boys. Join the Discord. Stay informed, stay locked in, and shout out to all the Hydration Nation. Much love to you. But yeah, I truthfully believe that there's a lot of people out there that are just really rude and sad people, and I feel bad for them, you know? You know what I mean? I really feel bad for them. It sucks. It sucks. Whoa, you're talking about me now? Settle down, Roddy. I'm a private server player for sure, but no reason to disrespect you, man. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, man. Listen, dude. It is what it is. You know, if you and I think this is what has a lot to do with the conversation that we're gonna have today, chat. You could disagree. You could disagree with people's opinions. Not everybody is always right. And I'll give you good examples. I never agreed with everything that Shobek said back in the day when we did our podcast with me and Eben. I think some things Shobek said were right. Some things he said were wrong. Some people look at him as a fucking lunatic for WoW. But the dude obviously has passion, and I don't ignore that. Greek Warrior's the same way. Greek Warrior has some things he says about WoW that I like. Maybe some things I don't like. But I don't disagree with his passion. Maybe even the dev team, you know, saying that they didn't want to, you know, do things for PvP on Season of Discovery. They feel like it was just unfortunate, not a part of their cards. This wasn't in their roadmap. I might, you know, respect what they do for the game, but at the same time, I disagree with things. But I don't, you know, ignore the passion of what they did with quest lines and stuff like that, you know? And you know what, man? It's just people don't understand that, you know? They don't understand that you can form different opinions. You can have an actual intellectual thought about things. You could just be real about shit, you know? And to all those people that, you know, they come to the videos, they leave nasty remarks, because, you know, we have been getting a lot more comments on our videos lately. Even a lot more views, I would say, too, which is really cool. But I just ignore these people because, you know, I realize that not everybody is always going to be on the side of what you're rocking on. Not everyone's going to float on your boat. It is what it is, right? And it's a good example of, like, life, you know? It's just unfortunate when you have some people out there which are real weirdos, which you got to be weary of, man. You really got to be weary of these people out there that they are out to get you, chat. There are people out there that don't like you, that are vindictive. They are plotting on you. They want to see your downfall. They don't want to see you succeed. You got to keep your friend circles tight, chat. You got to keep them tight, because I'm going to give you a valuable lesson in life, and you guys probably already know this, but, you know, in the wise words of Joey fucking Diaz, you're only going to have 3 motherfuckers in your life that are really going to be around you that you consider a person you fuck with. You feel me? Like, actually 3 motherfuckers who you can look left to right and you could say, you know what, I trust that person. Whether that be your brother, your sister, somebody close in the family, maybe even just a friend. Maybe a dog. You know what I mean? That's the only person or thing you trust. And I don't really trust a lot of people when it comes to the World of Warcraft community. And I'm going to be quite frank with you. I don't really like a lot of people. I don't. I'm not a fan of people sometimes. I think people, when they get together in masses, they're kind of assholes. You know what I mean? And to be all honest, that's just how I feel. You feel me? That's just how I feel. Good to have different opinions. Brain juice is coming up with better ideas and solutions. I feel you. Don't let the negative Nancy's pull you down. No, I just think they're all retarded and gay, so I don't care. Don't bother me. It is what it is. It's crazy how many people are applauding what happened. Do you think the same thing won't happen to them? Yeah, with the whole Charlie Kirk situation, yeah, it's a very sad time that we're in right now. It's a very sad time. Tello, do you remember Cuter? Yes, I love Epic. Epic Cuter is the man. I've spoken to him. Great man. I love Cuter. Shout out to Epic. He is one of the coolest Rust creators on YouTube, and it's nothing but love. Shout out to Cuter. Shout out to his community as well. I love Cuter. That's the man right there. Really good person. Really good dude. Oh, it's Pop. Shout out to Papatello. Happy with the new TV. Yeah, me and Pops, we put in a new TV in the house, man. We put a new TV in the house. Shout out to Papatello in chat. Much love to Papatello. Also, Mama T supporting the community and everything like that. It's been really cool. Damn retards? Yeah, I believe so too. I think a lot of the... And be honest with you, I think for quite some time, and this is something that a lot of players know, is that the WoW community is actually extremely fucking retarded. And it's unfortunate that much of the bad eggs in the carton ruined the good time for a lot of players. You could say that's retail players. You could say that's classic players. You could say whatever you want. I just think there's a mental illness that needs to be opened up and talked about more. It's been far too long this mental illness has been going about, and nobody's making a remark about it. Nobody's commenting on it. The last person to make a genuine comment on this was Asmongold. He talked about this a while back, and he got shit for it on Reddit. And the reason why he got shit for it on Reddit was because it was about 3 or 4 times other guys, 5 times my size. And don't get me wrong, chat, I'm a big guy myself, you know what I mean? I'm a big guy myself, but we're talking 5, 6 times my size, you know what I mean? I'm wearing an overshirt right now. It's an overshirt right now, so settle down. The king's still here. Lock it in, all right? But you get what I'm saying. I'm talking like 5, 6 times my size, talking shit. These disgusting, old, nasty fucks, you know what I mean? And some of them are just young trolls, too. It doesn't even matter who they are. It's just there's a big problem in the community. And I'm not here to, you know, be the good guy. I'm not here to be the hero. If they want to make me the villain, they can call me the villain. That's fine. But I quite frankly don't give a fuck anymore. My whole dick, they can suck. From the scrotum all the way to the tip. Afangul, fuck you too. How you doing? As simple as that, you know? And in today, we're going to go over a lot of shit, man. We're going to go over a lot of drama. We're going to go over a lot of stuff that I feel like is quite crazy going on. We're going to talk about the situation at hand, which is the most serious thing we're going to talk about first, and I think it's very important. And we'll go from there. Jay Tello is totally fine. Fair man, I have my close friends. That's all I need. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I feel you, Beak. Yeah, and that's all you need, dog. You just gotta have people that you trust in life. You know what I mean? You're not gonna have a lot of people that you can consider a person, you know, you fuck with. you know, and you really have to realize that even in the WoW scene, bro, even with content creators, even with the players, you gotta really pick and choose who your real motherfuckers are. You know, your real diehards. There's a lot of fake motherfuckers in this industry, Chad. Let me tell you that right now, bro. There's fake people everywhere. Corny motherfuckers. People that are not ride or dies. People that are just gay and corny and retarded and mentally ill. And they all fucking want participation trophies. I'm not for any of that, bro. You can enjoy that. Go have that. I'll stay what I stick to. And I'll live my life. You ain't gonna see me going to fucking out buying a gun and shooting up a fucking place like a lot of these retards in America are doing. I ain't doing that. You ain't gonna see me do that. If I have a problem with somebody, you gotta left and right and have a good night. It's simple as that. If I get knocked out, I get knocked out. But that's all it is. That's how we fucking handle it as men. All right? That's the you know, the growth where I fucking come from. You feel me, dog? That's where I come from. We don't fucking do this whole shooting bullshit. I think that's pussy shit. And we're going to talk about the shooting shit here in a second when it comes to this Charlie Kirk situation, because I find it very disgusting. I find it very disgusting. I think this is an attack on America as a whole. I think it's an attack on freedom of speech. I think it's an attack on a lot of things. And I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's one of the most grossest... things I've seen in a long time. You know what I mean? Life is short, smoke a Newport. Everybody listen to Denver. I love what he just said. Tella, do you still play Rust? I do. Well, me and Hammer, we play here and there. Hammer's been playing more than me, but I gotta get back on my Rust wave. There's just so many games I'm on right now, dude. I've been playing a lot of Project Epoch on the low. Been playing with Izzy. Izzy's the mod here. Shout out to Izaraf. Much love to Izzy. I've been playing that, and we just play like off stream and just Mac. I've been thinking about booting up Diablo 2 on stream. Maybe hitting up OSRS again. We'll see what that happens too. PoE 2 is an option. I wanted to do games for Halloween during Halloween month. It's a lot of things on my mind lately. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Oh, talk about that, chat. Sorry for Nightbot as well. We can see the message. Trump just mandated the death penalty for Kirk's assassin. Wow, really? Holy shit. D2 equals 10 out of 10 easy. You think so? Yeah, we might do Diablo 2. Horror games? Yeah, we start doing horror games on stream too, chat. We'll start doing horror games come next month. I think we might start off with maybe Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 2. We might do some, maybe Outlast. Maybe we'll do some Dead by Daylight. Who knows, you know? We'll do some fun shit, you feel me? We'll see what happens. There's a multitude. Silent Hill, that's another good one. We'll see what happens. Have you tried V Rising? No, I never tried V Rising. I had one of my friends actually. He did V Rising with a bunch of buddies. Chronos? I don't know if I heard of that one. Bro, I could lace you up so fat in D2. Yeah, I think it would be fun though to do like a natural organic run though, right, Izzy? Like start from scratch, right? I think that'd be the best way to go about it. It's a new one like Dead Space. I did like the Dead Space remastered. 50 subs. Hey, what's good, dog? What's good? But chat, we're gonna go into it. Shout out to Ebonheart, man. Shout out to Ebonheart. Much love, big dog. 50 subs and me and tell him to do a mud wrestle. Yeah, and then I get 2 of those Big Macs from earlier. That sounds like a good gig. That sounds like a good gig, chat. Much love to you. But chat, we're gonna go into it. It's a very serious day. I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of scary shit has happened today. I think it's only right that we, you know, talk about it a little bit and be real. So let's lower the music just a little bit. We'll lower the music just a little bit. So those who are unaware, it does seem like today we have some very unfortunate news about Charlie Kirk. Unfortunately, was killed at a Utah event. He does these events a lot, if you guys are unaware of his content. He does a lot of these events just, you know, having debates, open mic debates. And people, you know, talk with him. They disagree, whether they agree with him or not, whether they share his political view, his standpoint on life. This is a very alarming situation. This is a very, very alarming situation. A lot of videos have been shown of what's going on. I am not here to show those videos on stream because they are very graphic. I'm sure you can go on Twitter and find this out. But this is a very disturbing day for Americans all around. This is a very disturbing day for people all around. And I think a lot of people, what I'm seeing online is they are dismissing the point of Charlie Kirk, of the fact that he was for gun rights, or he was pro-Israel, or pro this, or pro-right. I'm going to be honest with you, man. A lot of this internet shit online really stirs people the wrong way. It really gives people some weak reactions, weak thinking. And it's very disturbing. This is no different than anybody's death, don't get me wrong. A person dying in general, a human being dying in general is sad, right? Especially if it's, if they didn't do nothing wrong. If Charlie Kirk wasn't physically harming anybody, right? He wasn't, doing anything to anybody. People choose to get mentally ill if they feel like their words are affecting a person. For you to give the reason to go kill someone, you're choosing to let that bother you. It's just like a person in the comments letting somebody, like for me, for example, it's like if I let these comments try to bother me, you choose to let shit bother you, And I don't think Charlie Kirk is a person, whether people disagreed about his ways or his political views or the way he felt about specific things in the world, aka Israel, aka Palestine, aka anything going on in other countries. He didn't deserve what happened to him. What happened to him was a complete disgusting act in America. A day before 9/11. A day before a massive tragedy that happened in our country. And the fact that people were mad at him because of his freedom of speech, the way he decided to come off and assassinate this man, I think is the most pussiest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. It doesn't take balls to kill someone who doesn't have any way to defend himself. It doesn't take balls at all. You are not a man for shooting somebody. You're not a man for killing another person with a gun, just as much as you're not a man with stabbing an innocent woman on a train several times from fleeing Ukraine. You're not a man for that. You're a pussy. You deserve death. You deserve to get killed. And I hope they fucking do you dirty. As a matter of fact, televise it and torture the motherfucker. I think it's the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my life. I think this is horrible. I am tired of seeing fucking injustices happen in this country. I'm tired of fucking seeing disgusting shit continue to happen. And it's happening on a daily basis, chat. It's happening on a daily basis. Where these people continuously shoot up schools. They continuously fucking attack people's rights. They continue to try to force fucking ways upon us that we don't agree with. And I think it's disgusting, dog. I think it's damn right disgusting. You rewind this shit 20 years ago, chat. Let me explain something from you. I'm from New Jersey, chat. All right? I'm from Jersey. 20 years ago, chat, we never had any of these situations where people are just getting fucking, shot in schools all the fucking time, left and right. Yeah, you had the Columbine thing that happened, right? And that was a fucking graphic thing, right? Don't get me wrong. It was fucking deeply sad. Deeply sad. But people could walk around outside. People were living their life. People were just happy. The economy wasn't so fucked up. People weren't choosing what side they had to be on. People were just living, And outside of this internet world shit, a lot of fucking people just live their lives and try to make it and get by. Paying their rent, getting groceries, trying to afford food on the fucking table. Just being a real motherfucker, bro. I'm being honest with you. That's what life is, bro. Just being a real motherfucker, bro. I tell you the days, and my dad's here too, and he can accustom for this. Back in the day when my mom was around, even take it back a little further than 20 years. You could say 30, 40 years ago. You leave your fucking door unlocked, bro. I would go outside and run with my friends, dog. My dad would hang out with his friends, go outside, leave the door unlocked, come back home, and somebody left a gift in there. A cannoli. That's what it was like. What the fuck happened? What the fuck is going on in our country where this shit needs to continue happening? It is disgusting. It is not right. And then you have these loser fucks on Twitter. These loser, weird fucks who are decentivized to seeing people get killed because they've been watching online fucking shit their whole life. Whether they're watching constantly fucking fucked up videos, they are completely mentally ill. It is disgusting. And I don't defend it. I think this country is going in the wrong direction when it comes to our youth and how our people are getting fucking stirred the wrong way by the internet. And I don't think video games are the blame, because I saw this dumb Itteric online talking about, oh, video games are the problem. Let me tell you something, chat. I think most of us here, we all play fucking video games. You see anybody, one in here, fucking picking up an M16 or an AR-15 and unloading at a school? Who the fuck does that here? What kind of pussy do you have to be? What kind of fucking loser, ugly fuck do you have to be to pick up a gun, walk into a school and shoot people? What kind of loser fuck do you gotta be to stab a girl on a train? What kind of loser fuck do you have to be to shoot a man at a rally for freedom of speech because you don't agree with what he's saying? Your butt hurt. Well, tell him to go fuck himself and move on with your day, you stupid fuck. You lazy prick. These baby dick motherfuckers, chat, need to be displayed out in the open and get fucking crucified. I'm telling you right now, bro. These losers who laugh at these situations, these losers who don't fucking actually wake up to reality and see that more shit is happening in our country that we need to fight for. We need to fix our shit. We need to get our shit together and get back on track where everybody is treated fucking equal. We actually attack legitimate injustices and fight them instead of what's going on right now. People can't even fucking go to a rally without speaking freely anymore. The dude's sitting there, open target. Where, and also I want to know, where was the fucking security on campus? Maybe Charlie said that he didn't want the security from stopping the people come in. I don't know the full scoop, but this is fucking sad, man. This is real sad shit. If you literally walk into a neighbor's house and just be welcome and not to worry about getting kidnapped or shot, I know. No matter if you agreed or disagreed, the man, he shouldn't have been killed. That's not democracy. No, it's not democracy, and that's the world we live in. And it's sad, too, because I know he's for the Second Amendment, you know? I know Charlie is for, you know, gun rights. He even said, even if it meant somebody's death, right? Gun rights are an important thing in America, obviously, because you never know, fucking, if life went to shit in Civil War and martial law and all this crazy shit, people have a right to defend themselves, right? Of course. An invasion happened from another country, you know what I mean? You never know. People have a right to defend themselves. And that's what America fought for. It's just a sad day to see shit like this, chat. And I'm not gonna lie, it puts a disturbing, you know, man, I can't even find the word for it, man. Sad. It puts a disturbing thought in my mind, I guess, because this is the, you know, I go out every now and then with my mom, and I take her out to the store, and God forbid, you know, anything happen to her. God forbid anything happen to me. Our worlds would be destroyed. The shooter was 200 yards away, sharpshooter stuff. Yeah, it's very scary, man. It's very scary, dude. It's very scary, dude. It's just a very dark time that we're in. The fact that we are living in this world where you have to be afraid to go to the movies, chat. You have to be afraid to go to a shopping store. You have to be afraid to go on a train. You have to be afraid of dropping your kids off. You have to be afraid of walking down the block from your house at night. You have to be afraid of just living the basics of life. What the fuck is going on? And no, once again, it's not video games that are the problem. Anybody can play fucking video games. My nephew, he's been playing zombies since he was a kid. The kid loves sports and he's chilling. He's having the best time of his fucking life. You think my nephew's thinking about grabbing a spaz, a 12 gauge, unloading on somebody? You think he's thinking that, chat? No. He's thinking about growing up and just fucking chasing his dreams and having a good time. You see me doing it, and don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I understand. People love their guns. I'm not here hating on guns, but you don't see me getting motivated, want to get up and start shooting people for no good fucking reason. It doesn't make sense. You have actual gun owners that actually go to gun ranges and they're responsible, you know? Maybe people in law enforcement or whatever, they're responsible. But then you have these weirdo fucks, however they get access to weapons. I'm not sure. I don't have the answer for it. I don't have the answer for it, but it's a very disturbing time. I got 2 kids. Anytime I take them out, I'm on edge. It's fucked up. It's very sad, Milla. It's very sad. I hate that. I'm so sorry for you, man. But I wish you the best. I really do. And I pray for everybody in chat who has family or has kids or has loved ones to just be weary in these dark times, chat. Because it really is not even just dark times in WoW, chat. It's dark times everywhere, in all seriousness. It's dark times everywhere. which is the saddest part. Said first hearing as 1993 they discussed Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. Oh yeah, they've been discussing the video game stuff for decades. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Michael. Yeah. They've been doing that for a long time. They've been trying to blame video games for a long time. It's really disgusting, honestly. And I don't understand why they try to continue to blame video games. Why they try to continue to say that video games are the cause of violence, the cause of disturbance. There's so many content creators that play video games on a daily basis. What makes you think that it's video games that are the problem here? You get what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense. Video games are not the problem. It's never been the problem. It's mentally ill fucking retards who are getting access to weapons when they shouldn't. It's these psychopaths. It's these loser fucks. It's their parents. It's horrible parenting. There's a lot of causes to it. Video games are not the cause of the problem. They're not the cause of the problem. They never been. There's so many beautiful communities. How many times have I seen events at EVO, with fighting game communities, people enjoying watching professional fighting game players, going hard, playing, having a good time. How many friends of mine over here play Diablo and Path of Exile? People are playing Lost Epoch. You know what I mean? Like, multiple different ARPGs. There's people I know that play tabletop games as One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon. There's people I know that play MW2 from the shooter scene, Battlefield 6, Counter-Strike, Valorant. When the fuck are video games the problem? It's not the video games that are the problem, amigos. It's not the video games that are the problem. It's never been that. It's these unintellectual parents with horrible parenting that don't take care of their children. They neglect them. They neglect them, chat. It's as simple as that. And the problem of providing these kids no help, no assistance, lack of effort. It's bad parenting, bro. I'm telling you. If I did something when I was wrong, chat, I would get boot to ass. My grandmother would smack me with a wooden spoon. I'd get slapped with a belt buckle. I'd get thrown a remote at me. I'd get hit with a cane. My grandmother whooped my ass. More people need to get their ass beat. More kids need their fucking ass beat, bro. With all due respect. With all due respect, I'm just gonna say it. More kids need their fucking ass beat. And maybe that's not always the best advice. But I'm not saying, fucking Rampage Jackson a motherfucker. Like what his dumbass son did to that pro wrestler. But I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. A little tough love is not bad, bro. Because if my kid starts drawing fucking classrooms and going and drawing churches at a local place, I'm gonna fucking... What the fuck are you doing? What are we doing, bro? I'm gonna try to help that kid as much as I can. If not, put him in an institution, take him to meetings. I ain't giving that kid no access to money, nothing. We're gonna fix this motherfucker or he's getting locked up. Simple as that. Why would I want to endanger people out there? And I don't even have a fucking kid. I don't even have a fucking kid. Love to you. Much love to you, man. Much love to you. It's a very dark day, chat. It's a very dark day. Let's watch this. We can watch this. We'll watch this, chat. We'll see what this is all about.
We are hearing from President Trump. He is on his Truth Social platform saying that Charlie Kirk has passed away. So again, I'm going to read to you what the president said. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. So again, President Trump telling us at this hour that Charlie Kirk has died. Kirk was shot at an event at Utah Valley University earlier today, shortly after noon, according to the university.
Chat, you know what the fucked up part was, bro? His fucking kids and his wife were there, bro. His kids and wife were there, chat. They saw this.
There was a single shot that rang out. He was shot in the neck, and now the President of the United States, someone that Charlie Kirk was close to, is reporting that he has died.
Jesus. Jesus, bro. Yeah, I mean, come on, bro. Like, imagine you have your kids there, bro. You have your fucking kids there, dude. Your kids are there next to you. That's sad, man. It's disgusting. That's just a disgusting thing, man. It's a very sad time. It's a very dark time. It's a very dark time. And I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to lie to you. Asmon also has... What's good, Olympic? Much love, big dog. Asmon also has put out a video. Shout out to Asmon as well, because Asmon is going through a time right now where his father, if you guys are not aware, he has cancer. It's a very serious topic, and I wish nothing for the best for him. Losing a parent, that must be the hardest thing in the world. I don't even want to imagine it. I know my mom and dad, they're getting older too. But he also put out a video talking about this, and I think we should watch it too. He just put out on his phone, as usual. The white glowing aura is glowing on him. Of course, it's steaming from the ooze. However, though, let's watch it, chat. Let's see what Asmon has to say.
Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on Lively.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, man.
Videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated.
Also, chat, by the way, we'll redeem the hydration. What's the massive drama? A lot of shit going on in the world right now is massive drama Raider. It's all over the fucking place, bro. From idiots and completely mentally ill retards who are horrible for the WoW community to actual retards in this world that think the Charlie Kirk situation is a great situation on Twitter. It's disgusting. We are in a currently horrible state of the world right now that is completely disgusting. Especially for America when we're trying to be more united than ever than divided. It's a very fucking disgusting thing. But shout out to the Hydration Nation, chat. Thank you for the hydrate. It's very disgusting. Also, chat, we do have the Discord joined there. We're streaming on both Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Much love to you. I appreciate all the love and support. It goes to the better quality of the stream. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you guys are locking it in. All jokes aside, it's a very sad time that we are currently in right now. And yeah, it's not good. Blizzard killed another server. No, Blizzard hasn't killed another server. I just think Blizzard's continue to act like a trash company, usually on the daily. I think Microsoft and Activision are continually fucking dropping the ball. We got some other videos to watch today, too. There's a video talking about why Classic Plus will never be the same, or will never live up to the hype. We're going to watch that as well at some point, and we're just talking shit about a lot of things today. France are toppling governments just another day as well. I see Baron heading towards Civil War. It feels like it. I'm not going to lie. For the first time ever, and especially today, it feels like a step in a direction that is very scary. And it seems like even... You have to understand, chat, I take this very serious because as a content creator, who Charlie Kirk was, he was a content creator. No different from Hassan, no different from Asmon. If I get feared for my life, when I see a lot of these comments, especially in my channel, that people are just writing some really weird shit, chat. And I ban a lot of these motherfuckers on my YouTube channel, too, because it's just really sus shit that they say. You don't know what's the difference between a keyboard warrior and an actual person who's planning to plot on your life. That's the world we live in, chat. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. The internet is not a safe place. It used to be a place where we could just meme and just laugh all the time. But nowadays, the trail has gone cold. And the times are dark. And it's happening both in the WoW scene with, the lack of quality of what they're providing for the video game overall. And it's happening with Activision overall, but it's also happening with the world overall. So this is outside of video games now, which is no longer a hee-hee hoo-ha moment. As much as I wish it was just, us laughing and having a good time and enjoying ourselves, now's not the time. There's a reality check and we have to talk about it. Now's not the time. Thinking I desensitized that and that shit made me sick. Yeah, it's very sad. And chat, if you're gonna watch that video with Charlie getting shot, I advise it is very disturbing. It's a very fucking disturbing video. I have no words. I'm in utter shock when I saw it. I genuinely feel like watching that video really fucked me up. This is not something that I watch every day. I know there are some psychopaths out here that genuinely go online to watch, like, live leaks or daily live, like, people getting fucking decapitated and some fucking weirdos online, some potential fucking school shooters amongst us. But I'm not a fan of any of that, and I think it's very disturbing. I don't condone these actions, and I think these people need to be brought to justice. I don't think prison time's good enough for these sick fucks, especially the guy who individually stabbed that girl on a train. I think that motherfucker deserves to get tortured. Live. For the world to see. That's what he deserves. You deserve to get tortured in ways you never imagined. That's what I would do to a motherfucker like that. Straight up Punisher style. Straight up. To a cocksucking pussy motherfucker to stab an innocent, beautiful woman. What a pussy that man was, bro. I don't care if he's mentally ill or if he's a fucking retard or if he's a fairy. Like most of these fucking dweeb fucks in the WoW community. You stab someone like that, you deserve to get fucking annihilated. Live TV, pack the fuck up. Let's see what happens to you now, motherfucker. Let's start smiling now. Let's start really smiling. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Whichever aggressor, the question is... Corporation that killed him, was it not? I don't know who's accountable, but whoever is accountable, the person on the roof that they're claiming to be, the person on the roof who they're claiming to say was the shooter, I have no idea, chat. I'm not too sure. I don't believe it was the old man that they arrested. I'll tell you what, it makes no sense for that old man to fucking have a perfectly armed rifle in front of many civilians and just shoot someone. It seemed like this was a planned hit from a person on a roof with an angle. He had an angle. He knew where to shoot. It was a good shot from him. I'm just saying it was because he hit the fucking target from far. And it was calculated. They said it wasn't the ultimate. Yeah, there's no shot it was. It just wasn't. No way. And with that type of caliber, whatever he shot with, it seems like it was a rifle. I have no idea. And unfortunately, it led to this tragedy, which was disgusting. You know? It was disgusting. It was a very disgusting thing. And I don't condone it whatsoever. The fact that no security, no nothing, it just blows my fucking mind. It had to be a rifle. It had to be. Because you got to think, he shot from far. He obviously landed his fucking shot from a distance. And if it was that dude on the roof, because there's footage of a dude running off the roof, like whether he was in, like, it looked like he was in all black clothing, I can't tell. But he was laying down. Somebody had an image of him laying down. They couldn't really see him, but he really was laying down. And then the minute the shot went off, you see a footage of him running off on the roof. So, I'm 100%, yeah, even if the media agrees with the old man not being the fucking target, regardless if he had some instance of 12 years ago threatened to bomb something at a UCL thing that they were talking about in the news, I don't think it was him. I think it was someone else.
The guy gets shot in the neck, and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that.
Yeah, and there's no way it was a pistol.
Absolutely,
no, not a shotgun.
More
people would have got hit. It was a rifle.
In front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you
it was a hell of a shot.
Kirk
I'm not going to deny that. Because you have to think about it.
Like controversial guy.
Since it was hell of a shot, he had to be from far, right? It was a calculated shot. It was a calculated shot. So whoever did this was a professional. It was a professional. This wasn't no just sloppy, I'm just going to go for a headshot. Whoever did this had a motive. Had a motive. Yeah, if you I don't know how far he was. I don't know how far the rooftop building was. I'm not too sure. I'm sure there's diagrams of the buildings and the location where Charlie was sitting. But yeah, it's fucking insane. I don't know.
Conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all of the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person.
Yeah, and if those who don't know, doxing is so fucking crazy. I don't know if you guys heard the story about that a couple years back where a person doxed the wrong house and a man stepped outside and it was like a father or something. I forgot what it was. But a person tried to dox someone's house and it was the incorrect house. A man stepped outside and he got killed. There was a story on that. I forgot the article, but it was a while back, and it was a very, very sad thing. The dude had nothing to do. He was just a neighbor of the person's house that the guy was trying to get doxed, and the individual got killed. Doxing's a very serious situation, and I don't fuck with any pranks or any jokes. I think I saw something where there was a prank with Maya and FaZe Adept or whoever. There was some prank that went on. And I'm not a fan of that. I'm going to keep it honest with you. Doxing, in my opinion, is another thing that's gay as fuck. Sorry. I'm not a fan of these fake pranks. Not a fan of something that's not a real prank to do, first things first. Making a life-threatening situation, that's not a joke. You're a corny fucking loser and you deserve to get smacked the fuck up and spit in your face. And I ought to smack the fuck out of you. With all due respect. Where I come from, you get your fucking shit slapped for doing some pussy-ass mentality, baby dick shit like that. Who the fuck do you think you are? This ain't no joke, motherfucker. This is real life. Ain't nobody joking like that. You want to make some jokes? Take me to a fucking comedy club. Take me to something online that we're laughing about. A joke. Let me watch some funny shit going on with a comedian. You know what I mean? Or we're playing online and we're in lobbies and we're fucking around with people. Okay, that's jokes. Swatting, doxing, that's a joke? No, that's just some pussy behind a keyboard who thinks he's tough shit. He got his laugh moment for him. It's a very sick world we're living in with very mentally ill people, and these people need to be arrested. I think doxing deserves fucking 10-year prison time. You need to go to jail. You want to dox somebody? Welcome to prison, motherfucker. Dox people in prison. Let's see you dox people on fucking D block and C block and get fucked in your ass. That's what needs to happen. You want to dox people? Welcome to jail, motherfucker. Welcome to jail. Welcome to jail, cocksucker. I hope you enjoy your doxing. Getting fucked in the ass repeatedly every day and every night until you learn what doxing no longer is. How you doing? If Hassan was murdered, I'd cry too. And yeah, I mean, listen, Charlie Kirk was just the person. If this was anybody at a rally, regardless, even if it wasn't Charlie, left, right, don't care your motive. If you're a person who was just being vocal, you don't deserve to get shot because of your fucking, the way you think, the way you talk, the way you walk. You're not doing anything. It's just people choose to get butthurt by these comments. It's just like me with my comments. I told you guys, right, chat? I said I've had people in my comments lately come to me and say, oh, I'm shilling for Blizzard. I can give a rat's fangul about fucking Blizzard. Because that Blizzard's not the Blizzard I know anymore. The Blizzard I fucking knew used to have weight and balls to when they walked. You would hear the balls clank together when they fucking walked. That was before fucking Wrath of the Lich King. Not anymore. With all due respect. Let's keep watching, chat. Sadistic, sick, and evil and demented people would do that? No, I believe it, bro. More butt-fuck talk? Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. These people, if you want to dox people, you deserve to go to jail 10-plus years until you learn what doxing no longer is. You might have a new asshole by the time you come out.
and to put that person's life in danger.
Fucking
That's why
losers.
they're doing it. And
Fuck outta
so
here.
that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing.
Yeah.
I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing, but that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. I think
I agree. I agree. To the highest fucking degree. Chat, if you want to clip this and you want to send this to Asbin, I fucking agree. You want to clip this and put it on any forms of social media? I agree. Because there is too many mentally ill fucking people in the gaming scene, in World of Warcraft, let alone, which I have a massive problem with. It needs to be fucking addressed. There are psychopaths amongst us. There are losers amongst us. And these motherfuckers need jail time. Fuck the mental institutions at this point. They need to get the fuck out the country. Get them the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. It's fucking corny, bro. It's fucking corny. I'm so tired of these psychopaths walking around, having access to their mommy and daddy's money with a lack of parenting, a lack of care. There's no fucking actual ground paid for them. It's horrendous. It's horrendous, bro. It's horrendous. And let me be honest with you, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not to say that this doesn't exist also in the entire World of Warcraft scene as well. In the private server scene, this shit exists too. Whether we want to disagree with that or not. I remember even being on Project Epoch, and the GMs had to clean it up, because it was really fucking bad, bro. The amount of fucking psychos on there, too, that say some crazy fucking Nazi-style shit, it's fucking nuts, bro. It's fucking nuts. And I'll open up that door, because I don't give a fuck. I'm telling it how it is. These people need to be watched, bro. They need to be watched. People leaving some really sus comments on people's YouTube videos, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's making a post on Reddit. YouTube needs to do a better job catching these psychopath motherfuckers. Like that one dude with the trans kid who fucking shot up the elementary school, and he put his whole fucking, his whole fucking, what is it, his eulogy or whatever the fucking word is, on YouTube. It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these fucking losers walking amongst us. If the mental institutions don't work, then give them the fucking boot, bro. Put them in a box and send them to Cuba. I don't give a fuck where they come from. And this is not a racist remark. I'm Peruvian, bro. Mi español is pretty fucking decent, alright? It's not perfect, but it's pretty fucking decent. Pretty decent. I'm Peruvian and Italian. I have the best of both fucking worlds. So I'm not just a fucking white guy talking about this. I'm just saying it how it fucking is, bro. I grew up around Spanish, Latinos, blacks, whites, Irish, Italians, Asians, my whole fucking life. My whole life. Nobody around my school was shooting motherfuckers. We handled it with this right here. Whether I got fucking rocked or I fucking rocked them. That's what we fucking handled it with. That's the life I grew up fucking with. Now everybody's just shooting fucking each other. Shooting each other. People are mentally fucking ill going in fucking schools doing this shit. What the fuck's going on? What's going on, man? We gotta ask ourselves the question. And we gotta fucking be vocal about this shit. It's the reason why I'm vocal even on World of Warcraft, because I'm sick of the shit I'm seeing there. With all due respect. All white dudes are evil and subhuman. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You should have seen Epoch's World Chat today. I believe it. All the radical talk needs to be dialed back, and we also can't censor people. Yeah, I'm tired of being censored. That's why, bro, chat, that's why I decided to no longer be the good boy of WoW. For so long, I decided to be a good guy in World of Warcraft. Where I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be on Blizzard's good side. I'm gonna be on their positive side of this, of the line. I want to, maybe get an interview, maybe talk to the devs, maybe push the pavement of see where we can go with World of Warcraft. And then I found out they don't give a fuck. If they don't care about people like NMP and Soda having dinner meetings and telling them what they can and can't say, then why the fuck are they gonna give a little about old me? But you know what I will do? I'll be vocal about shit. That's fine. You don't need to fucking worry about me on World of Warcraft, Blizzard. I'm not even sub to your fucking game anymore. But I will call you the fuck out for being shills for Activision and Blizzard. Or excuse me, Activision and Microsoft. These motherfuckers need to move on with their life and do their own thing. Move away from Activision and Microsoft if you truly care about the fucking community. Because these motherfuckers won't let you do anything creative. And it's clear as day. It's clear as day. But let's continue, chat. Let's continue.
I think that now I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so
100%,
and seeing
dog.
how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that things are for them.
Fucking
of course,
same.
Obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right?
What do you do with them? You pack them up and get the fuck rid of them. Get them out the fucking country. Get them out the fucking country or imprison them for fucking life. One of the two. One of the two. You're arrested 14 fucking times? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on, bro? This is ridiculous. We've had people, we've had the media, to include social media, and politicians call for violence against the opposite side for a while now. Yeah, of course, this has been going on, and especially in America, too. Like, this has been something that's been going on left and fucking right. And they've been fighting for a while now, and then the right believe the left is on the attack. The left believe the right is not doing the right thing. It's this constant divide that it needs to stop in our fucking country, bro. It needs to stop in our fucking country. These politicians, left or fucking right, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm on none of these fucking guys' side. We are all pawns in a fucking chessboard, and none of them invite us to the fucking country club. It's as simple as that, chat. They do not give a fuck about us. We are just another fucking way to, move their tax dollars. We're another, instrument in the fucking string, and these guys do not give a flying shit about us. They do not care. They act like they care, but they don't. It's as simple as that. I don't give a fuck about the left or the right. What I do care about more than anything is about a human being's life, no matter what, does not get shunned for no fucking reason because of their freedom of speech. What I do care is about a fucking innocent girl fleeing Ukraine, getting stabbed in the fucking unwillingly, getting stabbed multiple fucking times just to try to make a better life by a fucking mentally ill, fucking dog shit human being who deserves to get fucking packed up on national television and make an example out of. So we can put some fear in these psychopaths' hearts. They've been walking over us for so much fucking long, it's disgusting now. It's disgusting. What's up, Ma? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Shout out to Mama T. Shout out to Mama T. And she knows about this too. She knows about this too, chat. It's just far too long. It's disgusting. I'm tired of seeing people act like this, and I think it's happening more and more, chat. It's happening more and more. It's happening more and more. It really is. Give me 1 sec, chat. Just need to do something. Just gotta do something real quick. 1 minute. 1 minute, chat. Okay. Just doing something on my phone. Alright, chat. Radicalization across the board is what is dividing us. Yeah, it's pretty fucking fucked up. Thank you for the former black guy just Nice name, dog. Nice. Nice name. That's a good one. That's a good one. That is funny. I love Zach, but I think he's wrong. People are under-medicated statement. People are over-medicated when it's actually pharmaceuticals or media indoctrination. Yeah, I do think the pharmaceutical company is to blame for a lot of fucking things. You know what I mean? I think the pharmaceutical company has provided us with the wrong type of, medication for such a long time, where we're finding out more and more that these drugs that they're providing us are actually killing us, and it's horrible, It really is horrible. I'm not no medical expert, but I will say there's a lot of shady shit in the pharmaceutical company that's very wrong. And it's a very fucking profitable organization where they feel like one big mafia, with all due respect, Yep, I'm like Michael Jackson without the diddle and the kids. Okay, settle down. What a shitty day to be a human. I know, it's pretty fucking disgusting. Doctors get paid a ton to push drugs. Yeah, and I have a friend of mine. I'll tell you this, chat. Ready for this conversation? Long story short, we'll go right back to the Aswin video. I had a friend who worked in the hospital during COVID. His name was Bruno, good friend of mine. And he worked there for quite some time, and he told me, he said, listen, man, between me and you, I'm going to let you know something that they're not telling a lot of people. But a lot of people who are coming in here for ammonia, who are coming in here for the common cold, who are coming in here for just a headache, or coming in here just if their blood sugar is off by a bit, they're getting labeled as COVID. Every single person that's stepping into the hospital over here is getting labeled as a COVID case. The reason why they're doing this is because if they get more COVID cases, hospitals get more money. They get more breaks on their taxes as well. So it's a constant system of just bloating our numbers. Bloating our numbers. Bloating our numbers. It didn't matter who was dying. People were getting labeled as COVID deaths. The COVID numbers, in my opinion, and I'm going to tell you now, and this is just my belief, maybe it's a conspiracy, it's fine, but this is from my boy, who worked at a hospital. All right? He worked with nurses. He worked with doctors. Excuse me, he worked with doctors. It's pretty fucking sad, And I think a lot more fucking hospitals were doing that too. Just saying. Opioids, yeah, opioids are pretty fucking sad, man. Pretty fucking sad. I think I meant it literally. I think he was implying these people are sick and untreated. Just saying. No, I see what you mean. I can see that too. There's both arguments in those cases. Let's keep watching, chat.
You put them in jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple.
But he can go fuck himself too.
But for some reason, the way that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. Yeah. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, yeah, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and yep, nothing ever was done about it. And until we can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems.
100%.
And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, nope, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point.
How crazy is that, dude? And Chad, how crazy is that? I can't even imagine that, like, just saying that right now, right? And it's like, I listen, man, I'm not saying Charlie Kirk was this fucking, crazy symbol, you know, like this dude was like fucking insane in the world in terms of like, you know, everybody in the world knows him, right? And I'm sure people do with social media, but like, I think you get what I'm saying. Like, it's just kind of mind blowing hearing that he's dead right now. You know, regardless if the dude said anything that was against people's interests, he just fucking spoke. It was a mouth, man. He had his rights. He had his beliefs. People actually liked Charlie Kirk. There was a lot of people. I've seen a lot of tweets already. There was this one kid. He was a young black kid. Who was talking about Charlie Kirk was so nice to me when I was younger. He helped me a lot. And he really did a lot of good ways in my life to, like, you know, stir me the right way. And for some people, Charlie, you know, they loved him. And he was a father at the end of the day, chat. You know, he had a wife, he had kids, and his kids were there. Imagine his kids being there. They got to see their father get killed in front of you. Like a fucking mafia movie. Like it was a mafia hit. You know? His wife goes to bed at night. Gets to see her husband get hit like that. You know, like... And then we have these people online, these disturbed, disgusting, deranged individuals who don't take this shit serious. These fat white Karens, which are majority of the world's problem, by the way, with everything, with Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter, all this shit. It's these fat white Karens. They never been in the fucking hood. They never know what it was like to be in a struggle day in their life. Also, by the way, chat, thank you for the 1,600 followers. We just hit our 1,600 follower goal. Much love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Locking in. Thank you so much. But you get what I'm saying? It's these fat, white, fucking disgusting Karens who inject their issues into majority of other people's issues. Hey, do me a favor, Karen. Why don't you leave your fucking issues and leave it alone? You leave people's problems to the black community because they deal with it enough. You leave Latinos' problems to the Latino community. They deal with it enough. They don't need your fucking input on shit. They have their people fighting for them. They don't need your fucking input as well. These loser, fat, fucking, weirdo fucking Karens. We don't need these bitches to be talking about fucking men's health or nothing because they don't fucking know us, chat. They don't know us a day after fucking anything. It's just the facts, man. It's just the fucking facts, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, and they are, too. They are, too, bro. They are. They see something online, and they feel like they get a group together, and then they can fucking do something about it. It's so annoying, bro. It's so annoying. It's one of the most ignorant things in my life, and I'm just tired of seeing it, man. I'm tired of seeing it. It's very exhausting. It's a reason why you look at the gaming scene now and people are tired of seeing gay shit in games. We're tired of seeing fucking shit be whack. We're tired of shit being corny, forced politics, interjecting their ideals into gaming. And people will say, well, why does it bother you? It's because it never existed there before. It was never there. I grew up in the golden era of gaming. All of us did. We grew up in the peak of gaming when shit was good. It was never talked about. It was never talked about. It was never interjected. There was no forced politics. There was nothing. I grew up in that time, chat, where there was nothing. There was none of that. He was the best guy around. You know what I mean? There was none of that, chat. It's crazy. So, matter of fact, chat, if you got a drink with you, cheers to you boys. Cheers to you boys for the peak times of gaming where we grew up in a right fucking age with none of these fucking retards, none of these loser fucks. And cheers to you, man, because honestly, it's a cold world out there. Salute. Much love to you. I hope everyone's having a good night and you're enjoying the stream. Cheers to you, chats. Salute. Much love, lads. Much love to you guys indeed. Salute, boys. Because we really did grow up in a special time, boys. We grew up in a special time. It really was, man. Cheers to you, boys. I hope everybody's having a drink tonight. Some crazy times, man. Pulling out their nuts and being like, look at me, but all the other bullshit. Yeah, that's pretty much, right? Yeah, dude. The 2%ers, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Professional victims, yeah, it's so fucking corny. I'm tired of seeing it. And that's why, like, say what you want about Zach. I understand Zach may not have always the perfect, response to things. But I respect Zach because I could see a person who realizes that this life that we all lived wasn't like this shit years ago. And shit got corny all of a sudden. people started interjecting their corny ass ways all of a sudden. Everything's, drama. Everything's fucking a situation. Shit can't just be chill and cool. And we can just talk about fun ass shit. Instead, everything's fucking gay. With all due respect.
What I'm really trying to get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them. Because a lot of left-wing people have no problem advocating for violence, or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where it's considered, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And to the extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to. And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more, because it's very clear that these social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country.
Yeah.
And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well.
I agree.
And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified, because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected.
Yeah, I think shit's going to get a little bit more wild, chat.
Again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things that is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago.
I'm just gonna say it, chat. I'm just gonna say it. And chat, listen, I'm gonna say something maybe controversial here. You could say what you want, but I'm just gonna fucking say it. It is what it is, and this might be based as fuck. It's life, right? Let me see. Reality of people that have shit takes, people that advocate for stuff like that happen there, celebrate, should be ashamed and forced to go live in a cave. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Roof. I see what you're saying, and I'm just gonna say this, chap. So here it is. I'd like to take more personally. I like to take more personally the George Carlin approach. To Bachelor. I like George Carlin's approach on life. I'm a very religious man. I believe in, God. I believe in Jesus Christ. That's me, right? That's my beliefs, right? But I'm a George Carlin style of dude. That's who I say I represent. So that's who I am. If that's whatever he was, that's basically kind of the way I am. I'm going to keep it honest with you. What's going on and everything that's happening over there in Palestine, it's completely fucked up. I'm not disagreeing with that. As an American, I wish we could fucking do something and actually help them. I do feel like us as Americans have our nose too far up Israel's ass, for sure. Netanyahu is a piece of shit that's always been against Americans' interests years ago. There's an old footage of him talking about having America in the palm of his hands. And you have to understand, I know these things too, because I grew up, also in in an Italian Jewish, like family where I'm no longer Jewish, but I converted to, Christianity, Catholicism, that type of religion a while back. But basically, I used to watch these things when I was like, growing up too, because I've heard of his name around, a lot of other, Jewish communities used to talk about it too. But overall, though, this guy's no good piece of shit, right? But long story short, TLDR, the point of what I'm trying to get at, right, is that, I'm going to be honest with you. America has to fucking worry about our problems first. We got people homeless in the streets, dog. Go to Nevada. Go into the tunnels of Nevada, chat. Got fucking drug addicts in the streets, bro. Drug addicts, it's illegal to be homeless, dog. You got people struggling to make it a fucking life, man. And it makes me sad when I think about it, bro, because that shit hurts, that shit hurts. I remember I was in Vegas and there was a military dude. I had a cross on me. And I gave this guy my cross and I felt so fucking bad for him, man. His feet were all ashy. The sun was, fuck. Let's just get me sad. Think about it, actually. His feet were ashy. And he was a veteran. He showed me photos of him and his boys when he was in the war. And, yeah. It was fucked up, It's a fucked up country we live in, bro. And I'll show you what the streets look like in Miami. You go to Miami. Go away from South Beach. Go to the streets. See what it's like over there. I'll take you to fucking Camden. You'll see families, people walking around the streets, depressed with their fucking lives, saddened. Go to California. Go to Stockton. Go to the hoods over there. Go to Chicago. Families growing up without mothers and fathers and kids and drugs constantly. This whole country's going under shit. We've had more homeless and prices are going up and it's fucked up, man. It's going on everywhere, dog. It's going on everywhere. And I'm gonna be honest with you. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Because I'm a caring dude. And when I see somebody who's homeless, who fought for this country, people who are fucking, they don't deserve to be in the position they're in. They got fucked up because of a country bringing in drugs left and right. So much drugs brought in since the 80s and 90s that fucked us up, chat. My grandfather's brothers, he was a part of the what do you call it? The Nixon, or not even Nixon, excuse me, the Ronald Reagan era, where, blue magic was popular in New York. He was hooked to drugs. Came back home from Vietnam, hooked to drugs. Man winded up going to Rikers. They actually had an escape. He was a great swimmer. He was trying to escape off the island, died while swimming. He didn't have the lung capacity to make it. He was just a drug addict. He was completely hooked. So I grow up, from knowing this shit. You feel me? I grew up from knowing this shit. When I see people, homeless and where the world we're at right now in the country, and then we're worried about fucking 1,000 other countries' problems. We're worried about 1,000 other countries' problems. Well, we got fucking problems right here, dog. We got fucking problems right here. We got fucking issues right here, bro. I wish we could. We're not the police of the world. You feel me? We're not the police of the world. But we got fucking problems right here. Fix the fucking problems here, motherfucker. Fix the issues here. We're tired of it, man. I don't want to have kids one day, bring them to a school and know that my kid has to be a body shield because some psycho fucking trans gay fucking loser that is mentally ill decided to come in and start shooting the entire school up. We have to start calling out shit for what it is. I'm tired of it. This is the real talk. This is the reality. It's nothing against people that are gay or trans. My best friend Devin's gay. I love this kid. This is my boy. I would fight for him to the end of my life. He's not going out here grabbing a fucking piece and shooting up a school. Don't give a fuck what you are. Be cool. Be chill. Be thrilled. Be Mac. Eben's gay. We love him. You get what I'm saying? It's just a fucked up time we live in, chat, is all I'm saying. It's a fucked up time we live in. It's a dark time we live in, and I'm not gonna say depressed. I'm not depressed about it, right? Obviously, I'm not fucking depressed, but I'm just saddened. It breaks my heart because, you know, these people are trying to just make it in life, and you come to America for, you know, the dream, right? And what do you get? You get the streets. You get opioids. You get drugs. You get pharmaceutical companies lying to you. You get jobs on Indeed.com that don't respond back to you. Like, it's a struggle out here. It's a struggle. The economy just keeps going fucking up. Prices are horrible. It's disgusting.
This is just simply a
Disgusting.
response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, you know, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, you know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse.
Yeah.
And I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, you know, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now.
It's a good video.
I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and, oh, they were joking. Well, I saw the video. That wasn't a joke.
Yeah, it's not a joke.
And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment.
Yeah, thank you for your service,
the actual
Knock.
actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are
Just
the
know
ones
it counts
telling
in
you,
good places,
jokes.
Knocked. It does count
They're
in good
talking
places,
around,
amigo.
just, you know, directly.
Thank you for
know,
your
saying
service,
that
Ruth.
this is a
Thank
bad
you.
thing and it shouldn't be
And to all
tolerated
soldiers and all
for any
veterans, thank
reason.
you for you guys
You
being
have-
here,
I don't
just
wanna
watching
go through a bunch of
the
different
stream.
names, but
I appreciate you and I
anybody,
salute
this
you.
is the way
Thank
I look
you.
at it. I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here. Is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying.
Yeah.
But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse. So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I've got to say. So I hope to be back soon. I'll record videos when I can, here and there. But for the most part, as I said before, my dad has had so many really serious issues going on. I need to devote my full attention.
Yeah, Chad, I wish the
making
best for
sure that
Asmund
he's
and his dad,
healthy
man.
And taken care of.
I wish the best for him and his dad,
as
man.
much as I look forward to streaming, this has to take priority.
Good video, chat.
I don't have a time frame.
video,
It'll
chat.
probably be a matter of weeks. And
Chat, if you
maybe
watched
not
it, go
even
like
that
it.
long until I'm back.
If you want said,
regularly.
tell
And
us
so
sent you or
hopefully that's the
whatever.
case.
I know
Anyway,
you probably
guys,
won't know who I
thank
am.
you
It's
all so much
fine.
for watching.
I'm not a big
Rest
guy,
in
but it's a
peace to
great
Charlie
video.
Kirk. Another senseless death that never needed to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and
Yeah.
discussing
Rest in
or
peace,
at least, flirting with the idea of political violence, I think all of those people have made
Very fucked
themselves
up.
acceptable targets.
Yeah.
In all of the worst ways possible. And I don't think that this is a good thing either.
No.
But I think it's happened.
Not at all.
So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. And I guess I'll see you soon. Anyway, peace.
Much love, big dog. That was a good video, chat. That was a great video. What a W video from Asmund, man. W video from Asmund. Crazy times we live in, amigos. It's really some crazy fucking sad times that we live in. That this is the world that we have to live in. This is the people that we have to deal with, and it's not getting any better. It's not getting any better. See something earlier. How do we prevent tragedy first and second? While preserving the First and Second Amendment rights? That's the question. Can we? I say not, which is why you gotta adapt and prepare. Rights don't end where our fears as a society begin. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think there's no stopping like the amendments, right? The amendments were in place because our founding fathers believed that we can do better, we could be better, And when a government or an institution or any terrorist, foreign or domestic, were to go against, our interests, that we have our rights to fight back with. You know what I mean? So I think at the end of the day, tragedy is always going to happen, but it's how us as a people become more united in times of triumph, rather than becoming divided. And I think, us being divided on this situation, regarding Charlie's death, regardless of not what we felt about the man, how he discussed himself, how he upheld himself in different displays of his actions, different displays of how he went about his post. The dude was not fucking, Stalin, he was not fucking Hitler. He just was a dude who believed in what he felt like was right, And, no one's comparing this guy to like fucking Martin Luther King or anything, what I'm saying? But this dude was doing his thing and it was working out for him tremendously, And regardless if he was leaning towards the left or right side, I don't think he deserved what came to him. And I still think the best way to fight back against these actions is doing more public displays of talking and still fighting for the cause that Charlie was fighting for, or fighting for the cause that anybody that wants to do the right thing by people are fighting for. And not have fear of these weapons, not have fear of these people. But what we need to do, in all seriousness, if you want to make a change to this, is update the security. Tight the security around this shit, bro. I think security needs to be updated at a lot of these things, dude. I think people seriously need to buckle up at these events. I think there needs to be, more investigations on people who get guns. There has to be some serious, massive, condoned background checks to an all-time high. I think people should not be allowed to come into an event without getting fully fucking searched, even if it is a big content creator or whoever. We need to really start fucking buckling down. Security needs to start sweeping the fucking streets and preventing these measures from happening. And this is the only way we're going to be able to move, If these motherfuckers are out there and they're fighting with violence, we got to fight back at them. Harder. We got to fight back harder. We got to defend harder. We got to react harder. We got to think harder. It's the only way. These motherfuckers are not going to listen. You're going to see more and more of these tragedies keep happening. You're going to see more and more bullshit keep happening. I mean, shit, bro. Let's look at today, what's going on, too. And this is just right after this is right after the Charlie Kirk situation, chat. Moving on from this topic. 3 teenagers wounded in a shooting in a Colorado high school, chat. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? What is occurring? Why is this fucking going on? What is the meaning of this? What kind of man or woman do you have to be to walk into a fucking school of kids and unload bullets? What kind of man or woman are you to take it upon yourself to wake up in the morning and say, I want to be a school shooter. I want to end another person's life who is unarmed and can't defend themselves. What kind of man are you? You are the lowest of scum. You are a psychopath. You are a loser. And you don't deserve to get killed right away. You deserve torture. For each life that you hurt. For each life that you put in critical condition. For each life that you try to take. You deserve torture. And then the death penalty. That's what I personally believe. I am tired of these fucking mentally deranged losers. We have too much of a problem in this country, chat. I'm being so serious. We have too much of a problem in this country with these people ruining our fucking lives, bro. They're ruining our fucking lives. They're hurting our people's lives. They're hurting our kids. They're hurting our loved ones. They're affecting all forms of the world of just everything to begin with. Whether it's IRL, whether it's gaming, whether it's the online internet scene, whether it's social media on Twitter, whether it's TikTok posts, they exist everywhere. These psychopaths, these deranged losers. They probably should, Olympics. Send them to the Shadowlands. They would love that expansion. That's probably their favorite expansion. That's how mentally based retards they are. We gotta get rid of them, man. We gotta get rid of them. We gotta get rid of these fucking losers. It's about time. Luffy, what's good? Thank you for the follow. Much love. We gotta get rid of them. It's getting to the point where this is becoming so much of the normality happening over and over and over. It is becoming disgusting. It is becoming disgusting. It is a sad day as an American group of people that just want to enjoy themselves. We go through enough shit as it is, and we have to continue. We have to continue to see this shit. We have to continue to live with this shit. And then you look at other countries that do better than us, that enforce their laws better than us, that actually feel safer than us. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Thank you, Luffy. I appreciate the love. Much love to you. Lock it in. Lock it in. Much love to you, Luffy. It's very sad. It's a very sad day. And I'm tired of it, man. We have to fucking realize, chat, that these people no longer are able to be saved. People have been saying for far too long, mental institutions, put them somewhere. We need these people to go. They need to go. Whether it's in life in prison or they get packed up, I do not care anymore. I have no sympathy for these losers, these deranged fucks who go into a school and shoot children. What the fuck is going on? You go to Japan, people are living like it's a beautiful life over there. And Olympic's been to Japan. Olympic knows. Right, Olympic? I think you've been to Japan, right? Olympic knows. It's a beautiful life over there. Japan, you go to Japan, you never even want to come back. Hell, you go to Seoul in South Korea, it's one of the most beautiful times you've had. You go to Greece, you're living a beautiful life. You go to Italy, beautiful life over there. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. And I'm sure there's crime everywhere. But we need to clean these streets up, chat. We need to clean these streets up. We need to clean these streets up. Too many people have too much freedom over here in America. They're getting away with murder, and they're actually committing it, which is the crazy part. It's the crazy part. They're getting away with murder, and they're causing the murder. That's the crazy part. Hey, read the chat. Yeah, I'm reading the chat. I'm reading the chat. I'm here. I'm here. I'm seeing everybody. Much love to you. So clean and calm? Yeah, it is. It is. Most of the crime is caused by poverty. I believe it is. Society built on respect. I know. I know. Yeah. Much love. W Streamer Coin. Much love. Appreciate the follow. Thank you for the follows. Much love. It's just a crazy time, man. It's a crazy time to be alive. And chat, let's watch this video. Let's watch this video. Let's see it. Let's hear the news. It's a very sad time. See what's going on.
The new bits of information that I have are that we have for sure 3 people who were transported to the hospital. One of those 3 is our shooter. They are all juveniles and all are critical right now.
Yeah, Luffy, what's up?
There may be a 4th person that was transported from a location in the area of where this happened. That could have been somebody who was running and fell. I don't know where that injury is.
That's sad.
The school is clear. We used teams from all over the metro area to help do a sweep of that school, and that has been done. There is no active threat to the community or to our students anymore. A lot of work for us to do in the aftermath of this, because we have a lot of kids who witnessed, either heard it, saw it, have indicated they were shot at. So we have a lot of interviews we need to do with these kids. Yes, 3 juveniles from that scene in Evergreen, at Evergreen High School, and then a 4th juvenile we heard was also transported, but I don't know what that injury is. It does sound like this incident occurred on school property, but potentially outside of the school.
So of the 3 at the school,
Yes.
one of those is our suspect.
One of the 3 that was transported is our shooter.
Do you know if the shooter was self-inflicted or was he shot by law enforcement?
Say that again.
Was the shooter shot by law enforcement or was it self-inflicted?
I can't confirm that. I can tell you that I don't believe law enforcement fired any rounds today. So we still need to learn exactly what happened to that suspect and why he is injured the way that he is.
Jackie, this didn't happen actually within the confines of the school itself? Or was it just on the grounds of the school?
It sounds like the shooting occurred on school grounds, but outside of the school. We're still trying to determine where our crime scenes are and if we have any crime scenes within the school. We know we have crime scenes outside of the school on school property.
This is insane, chat. This is an insane moment of time in life that we're in. It seems like right now, chat, at the current moment, you said Deep State killed Charlie was planned. I don't know. I'm not too sure who killed Charlie Kirk. It was a very sad thing.
I do want to bring in our senior Washington
It's a very sad thing, though, chat. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But let's see this, though. Denver, the 3 teens were critically wounded Wednesday in a shooting at high school in Foothills in suburban Denver, including the suspect shooter, authorities said. The shooting was reported at 12:30 p.m. at Evergreen High School in Evergreen, about 30 miles west of Denver. Jefferson County Sheriff Office spokesperson J.C. Kelly said it's not clear that led to the shooting and how the suspect was shot, or what the shooter, believed to be a student at the school, was shot. None of the law enforcement officers who responded to the shooting is believed to have fired any shots, Kelly said. Shooting happened on school grounds, but it wasn't immediately known whether it was inside the school building. She said investigators don't believe there's any further threat to the community, which at least is a good thing. But it's a very alarming thing. A high school with more than 900 students, largely surrounded by a forest. It's about a mile from the center of Evergreen, which has a population of only 9,300 people. I wonder why this was conducted, and I wonder why this specific school in this, specific town. It seems very weird. It seems very odd and very strange. I'm not too sure about this, chat. But with a small community like that, it seems like this was something planned as well. From one of these shooters. It's very fucking dangerous. It's a very fucking dangerous time. It's a very fucking dangerous time, and I'm not a fan of it. I think if you're a school shooter, you deserve to get your ass fucking packed up. You deserve to rot the rest of your life in prison. You deserve to fucking get fucked in your ass for eternity. And you deserve to get fucked with the same rifle that you brought into that fucking school. You're a loser. You're a fucking person that has no respect. And you don't deserve any respect from Americans. You don't deserve any respect whatsoever. And we have no fucking respect for you. You're a complete piece of shit. It takes no man to wake up in the morning and say, I want to go into a school and end kids' lives. You are not a man for that. You are a retard. You are fucking completely gay. No one fucking likes you. And you deserve your death. I don't give a fuck about these mentally retarded motherfuckers anymore, whether it's in life or in the WoW community. It is a complete ignoring. It's an annoying fucking thing, and I'm tired of it. I am sick of it. It is completely exhausting. Thank you so much for the subs, man. Thank you so much for the subs, brother. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. You don't need to do all that, dog. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, man. Holy shit, that was a lot, bro. Thank you so much, dog. Thank you so much, man. You don't need to do all that, bro. Much love, though, big dog. Thank you for all those gifted subs, dog. Holy fuck. Man just gifted 100 subs, chat. Streamer Coin just gifted 100 subs on Kick, chat. Do you believe that? 100 subs, chat. 100 subs. Thank you so much, brother. You don't need to do that, dog. You don't need to do that, dog. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, dog. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. And thank you for supporting the cause. Thank you for supporting the cathedral. Chat, and that note, on a more positive note, I think he deserves a cinematic experience. 300 fucking subs, chat. We just got gifted 300 subs. He's still going, chat. He's still going. Another 100 subs. 400 subs, chat. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Much love to you, brother. You don't need to do that, man, but I do appreciate that, man. You probably deserved at this point a slow-mo Sigma. Lock in. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that, bro. And you don't need to do that, man. But I thank you for all the love and support. We're a World of Warcraft guy. I've played in Crusade with S-Fan, and I played with a lot of people in the WoW scene, and all my amigos over there. So I thank you so much. Right now, we're currently not playing WoW anymore because we're in a fight attacking against Blizzard. We no longer believe in Blizzard, and we no longer believe in the idea of what Blizzard is doing. So thank you so much for all the love. Thank you for the Prime as well, Roof. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, man. I mean, honestly, bro, like that's insane, dog. And I'm not out here. That's not my thing. I do this for out of entertainment and love. And I really I believe in you guys more importantly. And I just believe, in the things that we're talking about. And it's just definitely a sad time, man. It really is a sad time, and it's a kind of a crazy life that we're living right now. We're in this world where there really are pieces of shit doing these dark things. They're doing these dark things, and they're really hurting us, man. They're really hurting us, and we have to lock it in. We have to believe in ourselves in the times of darkness, and we have to find light within the night, and I truthfully believe in that. Thank you so much. That donate streamer 80K donated this week. We are glad to support. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, Luffy. I appreciate that streamer coin. Thank you guys so much. You guys truly, it means a lot. It means a lot, and all the love and support you guys give. I hope you guys bless other people, and you have a beautiful one. And thank you for even just being here. It really means a lot. So absolutely lock it in. And shout out to the Cathedral. Shout out to all the boys. Much love to you. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. Thank you. Your blessings do not go unnoticed for sure. However, chat, we have some other interesting news. Is this the most subs you ever got? I've never got this many subs on Kick before. I think on Twitch we've gotten like 50 subs, but I've never gotten 400 and like right off the rip. That's crazy. But I appreciate it. Much love, amigos. Thank you so much. 95 spent. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. That's crazy. Shout out to Mama Tello. What's up, Mom? Shout out to Mama Tello. That's Mama Tello, chat. Shout out to Mama T. She said thank you as well. Yeah, I know. I know. Thank you. Shout out to Mama Tello. Shout out to Mama Tello, chat. She's the queen of the house. She's the queen of the house. Shout out to Mama T. Good woman. Good person. Mama Tello's, we love her. Yeah, you have no idea, chat. Italian mother, grew up my whole life and always cooking for all my friends. She's that type of mom, Good mom. All right, but chat, let's go into the next topic today. I know we've been on the sad note. There's a lot of shit going on, but I do think there is some other bullshit we can talk about, because this has been a situation that has been stirring. And when it comes to Blizzard and all the bullshit that we talk about, just as much as Blizzard is the scumbags that we all know, Nintendo seems to be the same scumbags as well. And it seems like Nintendo is going on this fucking tirade of fucking attacking the industry by claiming everything for them within a court of law. It's getting fucking insane. It's getting completely obnoxious. And it's getting to that point where it's very, very alarming, and it's very, very disturbing. So let's lock it in, chat, and let's see what we can do here.
Nintendo enthusiast. Love their games, hate the company. I have not bought a Nintendo product in a long time now, and I don't have any plans on starting anytime soon. I just do not agree with the company's business practices. Full stop. And I am proven time and time again to be on the correct side of history with this personal decision of mine. I cannot stand this company. I'm sure a lot of you are seeing the headlines right now about how Nintendo has successfully filed a patent in the US on summoning a character and letting it fight another. Basically, the media is claiming that this patent is going to stop other games from having summoning that will allow the summon to follow you and fight others for you, which is a...
So, chat, if you guys are not aware of this, basically what Nintendo is doing is, if you guys remember, chat, do you guys remember Power World? Does anybody know Power World in here? You remember that game? It came out a while back. It got a lot of excitement. It was really very popular in the scene. It copied the style of the Monster Identity, where you throw a kind of like a Pokemon, right, in a way. And they did a really good job with Power World. Power World was something that was extremely successful. They really enjoyed their mechanics and involving themselves to give a new spice to the monster style world, like Pokemon did. And what's really weird here is that they are doing a patent on this field-like equation where if you throw something, you engage in a field of battle, they can attack people that use a pet-like system. And the problem was, chat, is that they won their case. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to attack World of Warcraft. I do not think so, because I don't think Nintendo has the balls to go against Blizzard. That's a very fucking crazy lawsuit. That's a very fucking crazy case to have in a court of law. And that's a hard one, because Blizzard has been doing this since fucking 2004. They also patented World of Warcraft, I think, in the late 90s, the name of it and the idea of what they wanted to do. So I don't think they can go after them. But if Nintendo really wanted to make the dick move, it would be really funny seeing one corporate cocksucker versus another corporate cocksucker. And I think it would be hilarious seeing both these gay boys go at it. So who gives a fuck, right? Two gay boys fighting over which dickhead is bigger. It's actually hilarious. So this is what this video is all about right here. I don't think they do it, chat, but it's actually very intriguing.
Very basic gameplay mechanic for tons and tons and tons of games.
Yes.
Summoning has been a staple in gaming since the beginning of time, since the first couple of cavemen banging stones together, thinking of video games in his head. Summoning has just always been there. Obviously, this is laser focused on Power World because Nintendo is deep on that case. They're pulling out all the stops. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to recruit God Almighty to come down and smite Power World HQ for the sin of stepping on Pokemon's creature-catching toes. But tons of people are worried with the way that the patent is currently filed that this will hit things far beyond just creature-catching games. It will hit tons of products that have summoning as a mechanic, which is a very basic gameplay element. So things like Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona, or even classes in video games that use pets and minions. So like Diablo with Necromancy, World of Warcraft with Hunter, where you'd summon your pets to go attack the bad guys, that kind of thing.
Correct.
They believe that this patent is also potentially going to have ramifications on that, which again is a very basic gameplay element that games have used for decades. And I've now read through the patent, suffered through all of those pages, because I could not believe that this would even be something that could be successfully filed, because it's unenforceable. Like, you can't expect every game that uses summoning to now not be able to do that because they'd, be fucking suckling off the teat of Nintendo's patent. There's just no world where that would actually go through.
This is what I was trying to say, chat. This was what I was trying to say recently about the Nintendo comparisons. And it's kind of funny how I brought up Nintendo, and this is like, what's going on right now. I've been talking about this the past couple days on stream. If you guys have been noticing, we've been talking about like the private server issues and all that stuff. I've been talking about how, the comparisons to Nintendo is something that I see similarities in. And I hate to be the guy that says I'm always right. I'm not that guy. But when it comes to me fucking being spot on about shit and calling shit out, it usually tends to fucking happen because you see the writings on the wall. And, excuse me, you can see that Nintendo is a real piece of shit fucking company. Like, they don't even care about their own content creators. I've been saying this for years, too. Even with their Smash scene. They do not like the Smash players at all, bro. They are not fans of people trying to push Melee into Evo, push fucking the older games, give them genuine support. They do not like that. They don't like content creators making videos about shit like that. They are not a fan of it. They allow it, right? They allow it a bit, right? Picking and choosing who they allow their creators to be in their scene. But fuck, man, Nintendo is more tight-knitted of, like, not giving a fuck about its community more than fucking Blizzard Entertainment is. It's just the facts, chat. It's just the fucking facts. It's a scary time, because who knows where they can go with this. If they decided to fucking remove the wool from that sheep and say, you know what, we're attacking Blizzard too, we're attacking other companies, we got a whole nother thing coming. We got a whole nother wave of drama coming. And drama we've never expected. 2 mega corpos going after their dickheads. It's going to be phenomenal.
Properly. It couldn't. And after the agonizing misery of going through all of these pages, which at times feel unnecessarily bloated in explanations, especially their background, like, Jesus Christ, you could have boiled that down to, like, a page or two. Like, holy shit, that's like me explaining a peanut butter and jelly in, like, fucking 2,000 words. But, like, I went through all of this, and it seems like a lot of it is pretty specific. Though I do think there is wiggle room for some broad interpretations of the filing. It seems like what they are specifically claiming are kind of pretty, like, laser guided on Pal World itself. It seems like they're mainly just using patents as a weapon solely for Pal World. But I do think it opens the door that there could be some problems down the line in other avenues. But I would be very surprised to see this patent actually having an effect on any games currently out there that aren't Pal World. Which I still think is just dog shit. And I hate this direction Nintendo takes these days, where they patent everything. Everything Nintendo has ever used in a game, Nintendo now wants to patent to stop others from even thinking about exploring creative options with those kind of mechanics. I think that is so anti-creative expression, and it is stifling to creativity in this medium. I think it's
How crazy is that right now, chat, where the current situation we have in World of Warcraft is that creativity is being hindered from the private servers. The lack of creativity, the lack of new blood in Blizzard is something that we've been talking about for this past several couple fucking weeks. Now, meanwhile, you see the same fucking corpo cocksuckers over here on the other fucking side of the world being the exact same type of dickheads. Isn't that fucking coincidence? Holy shit, maybe Tello is fucking right. But no, to the fucking mentally ill pink hair retards in the comments below that leave their dumbass comments, no, Tello's wrong. Tello's wrong. Go fuck yourself.
Super sucks. So even if this is specific enough to only hurt Pal World, I still think this is fucking horrible overall, where anytime there's a game that they have issue with, they'll just patent things around it, so that way they can more effectively take them down. So let's go ahead and take a deeper dive here into exactly what they've now registered, what Nintendo owns entirely that no one else can touch anymore. This is their holy grail mechanics. Performing control of moving a player character on a field in a virtual space based on a moving operation input. Performing control of causing a sub-character to appear on the field based on a first operation input. And when an enemy character is placed at a location where the sub-character is caused to appear, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a first mode in which the battle proceeds based on an operation input. And when the enemy character is not placed at the location where the sub-character is caused to appear, starting automatic control of automatically moving the sub-character that has appeared, and performing control of moving the sub-character in a predetermined direction on the field based on a second operation input, and when the enemy character is placed at a location of a designation, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a second mode in which the battle automatically proceeds. I know that jargon can be a little confusing and hard to understand. It's insane what they're trying to do. It's saying. Unfortunately, that's just how a lot of patent filing sounds.
This is what
like
they
somebody overdosing while trying to explain string theory. This article kind of breaks it down into like what exactly it means. So like move character in virtual space, summon character, call it sub-character, by which means it's not the player character. For example, a little monster like a Pokemon that the player has at its disposal. Then there's
this is alarming, bro.
Summoned in a place where there's already a character, so then it will fight. And then it is summoned in a place where there is not another character, so it doesn't fight immediately. The final step is about sending the sub-character in a direction, then letting an automatic battle ensue with another character. Then if you look at their flowchart, they have like the entire thing
this
broken
is
down.
Scary,
dude.
What?
Processing, you move character, control enemy character, they come in contact. Basically, it goes through what a battle looks like. So then throwing motion instruction, and then it goes through their checks. Is there selection target? And then if there is, sub-character will appear.
This
Sub-character
is crazy.
fights. Basically, if you read through this, it is like the Pokemon formula This may be a look at the Krabby Patty and what goes on it here, but this isn't actually overly relevant to the patent and their claims in it. This is them laying out their flow as examples of their processing and how all of it plays out. That is not what they are specifically targeting. So that's figures 18 through 22, and they're shown as an example of how their processing is executed in these games. But the patent isn't aiming to just patent everything you read in that flowchart. Reading through this patent, it is looking at these sub-characters that get summoned, and if they are summoned on top of an enemy in a persistent environment, it will automatically fight the enemy. If it is summoned when there is no enemy present, it will follow the player around performing autonomous actions. That kind of thing.
This is what I'm trying to say, chat, and this is what I've been arguing about, and this is the real cream of the crop of what I'm actually breaking down the past several weeks that the losers and the retards don't understand. I have to call them this, chat, because that's what they are. You have to acknowledge these fucking psycho inbred fucks by, you know, how you see it, right? And this is what I call them, because they deserve that much. That's the respect I give them. I've been saying that Blizzard is doing similar things to the creativity and the ideas to these other private servers for a long time now. You could take this all the way back to Nostarius. You could take this all the way back to any server that you might have fucked with. Now, I'm not saying these private servers don't do copyright infringement, what they're stealing, the assets of Blizzard, how this could be a big problem for Blizzard. Of course, I understand that 100%. So let's make this clear. 100% I understand that. But the creativity, the ideas, the emotional grasp of understanding the connection of its player base has been lost for so long, where you have developers even from their own studios going over to other games, employees getting fired left and right, their own companies dealing with scandals for fucking long time already, and all the work is being put on poor Agrand to fucking carry World of Warcraft Classic. All the fucking work is getting piled on this guy's desk. How about we get more people in the company that have some ideas? Let's get some more blood running in the fucking company. More people in the fucking studio. Let's do that instead. But what do? We decide not to do any of these things. We decide to, you know what? Let's keep striking the private servers. Let's shut down the creativity. Let's attack them. No big deal. These private servers are not caving in, by the way, either. They're not choosing to shut down. They'll just go to fucking other countries. They'll fight it. Ascension will wipe its ass with it. For a long time, who knows? We'll see how long. But I'm sure if Microsoft wants to get their way, they'll do it. The same thing with Turtle WoW. But meanwhile, you go take one look at those dungeons over there in Project Epoch, even an area so much as of Turtle WoW, doesn't even matter. You go to one fucking place over there, and one place of creativity, actual intuitiveness, like actual, I can't even fucking speak right now. You know how I be stuttering. Actual fucking, you know, the word I was stuttering the other day, ingenuity, ninja tea. You know what I'm talking about, right? Actual fucking idea. And then you look at it and you're like, wait a minute. How come this shit is sick as fuck? And then I look back over here and this shit sucks. What the, it's like, guys, you know the John Travolta meme? You know the John Travolta meme where he's like, what the fuck is going on? What's happening? That's how I feel right now about Blizzard. I would have never felt like this if I didn't realize the painting on the wall. If I didn't wake up to reality and take the fucking pill and realize that the shit stinks. It stinks like shit. It smells like shit. I can't even get the sense of shit out my fucking nose. But meanwhile, you have these half-baked ass fucking people talking about, oh, Blizzard fucks. They're fucking right now. The shit is corny. It's fucking whack. They've been fucking us for far too long, and we've been taking it up the ass and smiling about it. I'm over it. I'm done. Put me on your fucking shit list. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. I can care less. I'm tired of acting like what they do over there is fucking, oh, this is P content. This is lit. This is quality. Come on, bro. Take a look at even the fucking War Within first trailer they did. Compare it to Midnight. You see the differences. You guys know already. You think Chris Metzen wants to sue the private sources? I have no idea. I think he's just an advisor. I don't think Chris Metzen has anything to do with the legalities. I think they try to bring him in as a cover-up for their failed experiences based off of Shadowlands. Because they knew he was so good in Legion, and when they fucking let him go, when Metzen decided to take a step and leave actually on his own terms, right? I'm sure Metzen left on his own. It was just crazy, you know? And they said, you know what? Let's bring this guy back as a cover-up to make fucking WoW look good. Metzen's back, guys. We got Metzen. Everything's good now. Look at Metzen. You know this face. It's Metzen. Come on now. Forget about it, you know? Excuse me. Who are we ripping into now? Oh, we're just ripping into the casual shit. But we're also talking about the fact that Nintendo... I think this is our next video, chat. I think this is our next video. The fact that Nintendo is continuously being the biggest scumbags on the planet Earth. They are fucking up everything that's going on for a lot of creatives, and it's similar to Blizzard of what's going on, because these are the same fucking cocksuckers who don't allow anybody else be creative as well. Go figure. Who would have noticed? Go figure. Who would have noticed that Blizzard decided to be the same fucking type of assholes, but just in a different sense? Oh, it's our precious IP. Nobody attack our IP because we don't want to lose our IP. But meanwhile, we break our own terms of service on a daily fucking basis. On a daily basis, we break our own terms of service. RMT is knocking at the door, boys. RMT is knocking at the fucking door. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, if Nintendo, like Blizzard, which Colonel Arnold said it best, that's a great way of saying it. If Nintendo, like Blizzard, opened up to their community, you would get more money. You fucking greedy corpo fucks. How do you not understand this? What kind of mentally ill retard do you got working in your corporation over there? If you knock the door and say, guess what? Our community could do something for us. We can make more money. Oh shit. We found a gem. Go figure. Yeah, on a base. Oh yeah, for sure, Noct, for sure.
Specifically, I believe it would be manual versus automatic. So if a game has both manual and automatic battling for these summons, then these would apply. So like, if you're summoned skeletons or something as a necromancer, if there are no enemies, they will go find one and then automatically fight it, I believe, would then be an application. Again, it is pretty confusing, but what they are listing here with their Pokemon flow is just examples of what like they have and what they aim to protect through these patents. The claims are the important parts of what they are filing, which many are interpreting as pretty broad. And there is room that it could be viewed broadly. Yes, it seems like it looks to, put the lock and key on Nintendo's toys so no one ever gets to play with them again.
Correct.
But the way that you can read this filing does apply to more than just, like, the creature catching aspect of Nintendo Pokemon games and stuff like that. Like, I can understand confusion because it is confusing. It is weird. It is messy. And this is entirely uncalled for and unnecessary. And even, again, if it is specific to Power World alone, this threat of a patent that Nintendo owns around summoning and certain things with summoning might just be a deterrent from someone else out there looking to explore a creature-catching game, or a game that uses some kind of summoning mechanics in, like, a container. Because Nintendo now has, like, the Pokeballs and, like, creatures held in something that you throw. Like, them just having so many patents that they squat on, and them being as litigious and aggressive as they are, that in and of itself can just be a weapon. Like that fear of Nintendo coming at you legally for one of your gameplay ideas that maybe doesn't have anything to do with like Pokemon, but it could still fall under their interpretation of the patent.
Oh my god! Whoa, chat! Wait a minute! What does that sound like? Wait a minute! That sounds mighty familiar to us, doesn't it? Holy shit. Wait a minute. I think I know a couple servers that are like that in the World of Warcraft scene. Huh. That's odd. That's suspicious. That's crazy thinking. That's weird, actually, some may say. Huh. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute, Daniel-san. Wait a minute, Daniel-san. Oh, okay. Very interesting, Daniel-san. Very, very interesting. I wonder what this means. I wonder, whatever do we mean in the World of Warcraft scene? Oh, but the typical bootlicker shaft enjoyer. Oh, the IP. Oh, the infringement. Oh, you don't know what this means for Blizzard. The typical shaft enjoyer would say otherwise because they're waiting for their paycheck from Blizzard and Nintendo to give them a fucking week's break on their rent. Shut the fuck up.
They don't want to like mess around with that idea anymore because they can't afford to get sued by Nintendo. Them just having all of these patents that are applying to broad ideas, even if they are specific enough in the actual filing, is still just scary to a lot of developers, I imagine, that can't afford to be targeted and attacked by Nintendo, even if they haven't done anything wrong. So they might not even take the chance of making that game. I just think it is just so shitty across the board. I feel like I got a little lost in the sauce of my explanation. Basically what I'm saying is, even if these patents are specific enough to only target Palworld, which again I think is already shitty in and of itself, but even if it doesn't apply to other things, the confusion around these patents, and since they are targeting very basic gameplay ideas like summoning, people that are developing a game that uses summoning in some way that is even remotely adjacent to a creature catcher might be hesitant about pulling the trigger on development and going down that path because they could be afraid Nintendo would target them because of this patent. So, like, them just going down this path of patent everything, even if it doesn't target everyone now has to be aware of that and be, like, kind of worried, like, well, what's Nintendo going to do with it, and does it apply to my game? Is my game falling under these specific criteria? Because it might be, I'm not really sure. So it just becomes a big problem across the board, in my eyes. It just attacks creativity. It just makes it harder to explore ideas from other people because Nintendo might come after them. And Nintendo is not shy about going after, like, literally anybody. They will target someone that only has, like, 5 followers on itch.io if they think they stepped on their fucking trademarks or something. Like,
well, the thing is, Arnold, it already got put through in court. Nintendo won already. So this is already like the aftermath of it, where now Nintendo has won this. This is something that they are doing to shun the creativity and ideas of any other person ever trying to enter this specific category. Much love to you. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yes, this is a crazy time where now you're using this fear-mongering tactic. And this is exactly the same tactic that Blizzard is doing. This is verbatim the same exact tactic, where they do not want people doing something better than them. Let's repeat that one more time. Just like Nintendo, Blizzard does not want somebody doing something better than them. They much would do a big copyright strike. They would much prefer that to cease and desist every fucking person they can and then take all their ideas and call it Blizzard Entertainment, because that's creativity. Wow. Amazing. Holy shit. Blizzard's cooking. That's insane. But really, in reality, you have Nintendo out here doing the same exact thing. That's why I make these comparisons, chat. I see the writings on the wall. I used to be a part of the FGC community. I really played at locals. I played with my friends. I love Smash. And I always knew then. I grew up watching Etika and all the, the boys, the Joy-Con boys back then. We knew then, too. Nintendos were pieces of shit. Nintendo was a piece of shit. The only people I like over there was one of the, I think what was the president they had? Not Sakurai, he did with Smash, but it's the old guy that they had before they replaced him. I forgot his name. Really tall guy. He was a cool dude that I fucked with. But when it came to like the corporate side of things, overall, Nintendo is a piece of shit. Overall, I'm sorry. It's just the truth, and you could see the writings on the wall of how similar Nintendo and Blizzard, these two fucks, are more alike than anything. They are the fucking brothers of destruction. That's what they are right now. They're Kane and Undertaker. Straight up Kane and Undertaker of the fucking gaming scene. Chat, we're literally right now, we're going to make a tweet, chat. Chat, we're going to make a tweet. I'm making a tweet right now. And hold on, let's see if we don't see no fucking coin on here, just in case. All right, chat, let's make this tweet. Let's make this tweet, chat. We're making this tweet together. We're making another base tweet. Nintendo just filed a case where they can patent the creature summon design game mechanic to enforce other companies to never follow in the footsteps of Palworld or even thinking to make something better than their original IP Pokemon. I wonder how familiar this sounds for the WoW community. Smile. I wish I could write longer, but I'm not subbed on Twitter. But I gotta shorten it a little bit. Channel just filed a case where they can patent the creature summon design game mechanic to enforce other companies to never follow in the footsteps of Power World, or even thinking of making something better than their original IP Pokemon. I could say, let me see, this sounds like the WoW community. Should I say that, chat? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to grammar. I do horrible grammars. Is this good, chat? So who is Paul Bear? I don't know who Paul Bear is. That's a good one. I don't know who would be Paul Bear in this situation with the urn. I'm not too sure. Filed for a patent is more concise. Okay. Filed. Okay. Thank you. For a patent. This sounds like the private save some more characters to rant more. I know. I should say this sounds like I could say like this sounds like the private WoW drama. Oh, there we go. There we go, chat. There we go. There we go. There we go. How's that? This sounds like the private WoW drama right now. Yeah, based, right? Send? Chat, is this the one? No, I don't think they're going to remove... media, I don't think they're going to remove the pet thing, but it's just funny how, like, Nintendo is taking the same footsteps as Blizzard in, like, shunning and locking down creativity by going through, like, an actual legal way of copywriting all of it. Like, they're patenting all of it. Like, that's what they're doing. They're trying to stop any competition. But should we send this? Is this the one, chat? Is this the one? I think this is it. I think we got it. Let me know. Is there anything else I should add? Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Sorry. One sec, chat. My fucking shit's fucking up. I think this is good. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, fuck it, chat. We're just gonna send it. We're just gonna send it. For the... Hot said like that fucker on Wall Street. Okay, I'm sending it, chat. I'm sending it. I'm sending it. I'm sending it. Lock in, chat. There it is. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. The show goes on. Fuck 'em.
They will. So it becomes just a blanket threat. Nintendo with patents is a grizzly bear with a bazooka. Truly just unpredictable, but very dangerous for sure. Like, it is just a legitimately concerning thing for developers because now Nintendo will enforce those patents strictly, 100%. And you're not entirely sure if, like, well, does my summoning mechanics fall under these criteria?
100%.
Potentially, I'm not really sure, you know? It just becomes bad. I don't like it.
I don't like
think
it either.
is super shitty.
Good
and
video.
I'm so fucking tired of Nintendo's antics. I still have no plans on buying any Nintendo products. That has not changed.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Dude, Charlie is like me with the World of Warcraft scene right now, dog. He's literally just like me, super duper shitty. The thing is, Nintendo is way scummier than Blizzard because the patent for a generic summon monster thing. So many games have ways to summon monster. At least Blizzard protecting their IP with their lawsuits. I'm not against Blizzard protecting their intellectual rights. I'll always reiterate that because I know for some people it might be hard to understand. I get that. Being the fun police and also being a fucking absolute cocksucker and a dick licker is not also a good taste either, is what Blizzard's doing. You know, instead of getting new blood in their scene, new creativity, doing something, Microsoft and Activision clearly don't give a fuck about their developers. They clearly don't give a fuck about their team. They enforce and overwork these fucking guys. It's a reason we get no fucking responses 2 weeks before something comes out. I think more and more people need to start calling shit out how it is. It's just the truth. I would love to be a Blizzard fanboy and protect Blizzard's every beautiful IP and protect Blizzard's every single move if they did the right fucking thing by us. I fortunately am not on that side anymore. I was on that side at one point for sure. Yeah, I fucking loved it. It was great. But the Blizzard I see now is not the Blizzard that I once knew. They're not the same guys, you know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, when I go, and this is the thing, in order to understand what I mean by what I say, you have to play these private servers. Put yourself in Turtle WoW and actually see what they're doing over there. Then you come back to me and you tell me that what Turtle WoW is doing is something that Classic WoW and SOD or Season of Mastery have done better. 2019 has done better. Please tell me that. Please tell me that. Because it hasn't been. It hasn't been for quite some time. That's the problem. Yeah, I need a little hydration. Thank you so much. Much love. And chat, I might go take a piss real quick. But just think of that thought real quick. You know what I'm saying, Cal? Like, think of like that. But you understand where I'm coming from, right? It's coming from a place of like, you know, respect, right? I'm not coming like in a place of disrespect. I'm coming from a place of like understanding, from experience. You know what I'm saying? It's just experience. You have to understand. If I didn't experience this, like, and here's another flip side of the coin before I go pee. Here's another flip side of that coin. If I never experienced anything in Turtle WoW, if I never played it, if I never did anything, if I never played Epoch, like, because I am playing Epoch right now. I'm not playing it on stream. Playing it, though, because I don't give a fuck no more. I'm doing my thing. But if I never played these private servers, then I more than likely wouldn't have a case to work with. I more than likely wouldn't have a discussion to work with. I'd probably be like, well, you know, hopefully TBC comes out. You know, looking forward to it. Is what it is. There's no content. I'll just have to make content on new things. No more Blizzard stuff. We'll just take a different direction. It is what it is. Probably hurt the algorithm. Whatever, you know. I'll just do that, right? But then I took a step into the world. I realized that the black markets and the things that people told me were so scary wasn't really scary after all, before Blizzard really started fucking realizing it was getting a little scary for them. But then I saw what these guys were doing. And I understand there's some shady shit that happens in the private server world. No one's denying that. I never once deny that. I am understanding of that. And I look at what they provide, and I see what they do. And I'm like, fuck, man. Have I been missing out on this entire time? And that's what I'm really upset with. More than anything. Is that you have these guys in the cave, literally. I know I say this is the thing I use, but it really is a box of scrap mentality. Where they're really working with fucking Legos. They're working with Legos and building something better than what the classic, you know, scene has had for quite some time. And I feel bad for the classic player base, is because they deserve better. These are the same people that made Blizzard the company what they were before they were Blizzard, when they were Vendetti. You know, before they went with 2008 in the publishing of Activision. Before Activision dipped their toes into Blizzard in 2008 for Wrath of the Lich King. And then Activision got involved. And where did we go, chat? Activision got involved in 2008. Shit went downhill. Legion and Metzen was the only reason WoW got back to where it was. That's why they praise Metzen so much. But it was fucked for a while. And hopefully they try to make it better. You know, we'll see what happens. But chat, I gotta piss. I noticed there's 18,000 paladins around. There's 18,000 paladins. I gotta piss. You know the drill. FTP, FTP, FTP.
I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins.
Hello. Shut up. Shut up. Pop right now, right as we speak. I will say I know this yesterday came out sound kind of crazy, but for, no one's wrong for saying why can't Blizzard build the cool stuff that others built and expected more. No, I feel you, media. I feel you, and it's fine. I mean, that's why like I understand people. You know what I mean? I don't ban people like right off the rip unless like they're really like going crazy. Like there was one dude earlier, like I think using my YouTube saying the craziest shit and like just making crazy weird threats that I felt were very alarming to like, you know, my personal life. I wasn't a fan of that. And then I banned like someone last night for like just repeating the same like slur over and over and over again. So I just packed his ass up. But like, if a person like is being like, you know, trolly, I get it. I'm used to getting trolled. This has happened to me before. Hell, this has happened to me on someone's channel on Rust. Somebody trolled me in Rust, and they got like that video blew up for them. It was pretty funny. I'm used to it. Like it's fine. I just think like, you know, I talk with a sense of like understanding and respect for things, and then you know when I see like how people act and like, you know, especially in the WoW scene, which I really think there is a severe mental illness happening there. It's just a shame because like, you know, people don't see things clearly. They don't understand. And it's not to say that they're not right about certain things. Like I never disagreed with IP. I never disagreed with Blizzard defending themselves and how it can hurt them in a court of law later on. We all know these things. But to sit here and continuously say that what we're getting from Blizzard is peak Blizzard entertainment. There is entertainment within Blizzard where we're getting the quality MMO that we once knew and love. It's very disingenuous to what the situation is at hand. And I think a lot of people agree with that. It's a reason why a lot of people left, you know, and it's a reason why people continue to leave. And when I go look at the world of Turtle WoW, and I think this is the problem, right? And I think this is the big issue, is that players who've not played Turtle WoW are speaking about the situation right now and the drama. They're the ones who are saying, okay, like, you know, defend the IP. I get that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you play it, and you have seen it, and if you've seen what it's like play it on the low, bro. play it on the low and open the door and see what it's like over there. See how crazy the leveling zones are there. Like, go to go to Ambershire. Go to Baylor in the level 30s. Go to Dragon Ball Retreat. Go to the ruins of Storm Route or whatever it's called. Like, continue going through and seeing shit. And see the new quest. That quest you can't even pick up. You have to just figure it out, you know? Like, that is, like, to me, is like, holy fuck. This goes more deep than we think than just IP. This has to go into how Blizzard's thinking right now. Where they're like, holy shit, we can't let these guys outdo us. They are outdoing us. That is the real talk. And this is something that I think a lot of the players who are, non-private server players, they are refusing to understand this. They don't hold a keen eye to looking at that point of view. Because all they know is the boot that they're in, and they continue walking the path that they enjoy. Because that's what Blizzard's cave for them. They're used to the cookie cutter shit, which is understandable. I was once there. I get how that works. And people, try to act like I don't know what I'm talking about. Dude, I've been advocating and fighting for rights for World of Warcraft. You can go back to the first video I made on my channel for a long time now. And even changes in Season of Discovery, making several like this should be what we see in SOD. This is a good change for Phase 1, Phase 2. You know what I mean? Like, I did this for so long. And I wouldn't use my platform for any other reason. This is why I use my platform, because I want to fight for the rights of all WoW players. Classic enjoyers more than anything. All right, chat, but here's a good one. Habelier video talking about more of the situations that are hitting at home, as usual. Yep, they have cards and tents. We need to shut them down. We got to shut them down, chat. We got to get rid of them. Crooked Blizzard operating. We got to pack them up, chat. We got to get rid of them. We got to send them to, the Guantanamo Bay. Didn't even know it started with a G. Thought it was a U. Somebody told me it was a U. Kind of crazy. However, though, chat, players said no, and Activision finally caved in. Let's see what bullshit crooked Activision is up to.
Finally might be healing, because we're seeing anti-slop happen. So, Call of Duty got caught in a slop era. And if you want evidence of that, just look at social media. It's been exploding with gifs of the American Dad, the Beavis, and the Butthead all having fun with each other in Call of Duty. People getting killed by Cornholio. And players are rightly furious, because it meant that COD no longer looked and felt like COD. But what's interesting is that Activision have actually listened. Less than a month after their glitzy Gamescom campaign, they announced a
Thank you, Daisy. You know about it.
Egregious skins, the ones that angered people, the ones that made COD
Sleepy
not
Blizzard.
feel like COD.
Sleepy Blizzard.
Well, those are not going to be added to the next game. And going forward, they've promised a better balance to the immersive core Call of Duty experience, as they put it. So, the hardcore players won this round, and many are convinced it's all thanks to EA finally giving Activision some viable competition.
Correct.
Let me explain how we got here. In 2023, Activision made a real big announcement. As Modern Warfare 3 launched, players would be able to carry forward cosmetics they bought in Modern Warfare 2, not just to Warzone, but into core Call of Duty multiplayer. And look, at the time, we were impressed. So were many others. This was pro-consumer monetization that didn't
We got a big lock-in.
make
Lock it
your
in, chat.
purchases
Lock in.
irrelevant whenever
Big
the next
lock-in.
game version comes along.
We'll do it after
So
the video.
same
After the
thing
video,
going on this
Starfire.
year,
After the
reaction
video.
was completely different.
Right after the
You see,
video.
Black Ops 6 came along in 2024. Black Ops is a different sub-franchise, so they chose not to continue the practice because they wanted to preserve era-specific weapons and keep, quote, that signature Black Ops style. But when Black Ops 7 showed up at Gamescom, well, Carry Forward was confirmed to return in the sequel. And of course, when people thought about skins carrying forward, they thought about the skins that had angered them all through 2024 and 2025. Because they had got so ridiculous and immersion-breaking. Players
I'm just gonna say it, chat.
The idea.
Hold on.
Yelled about it constantly. And
chat, I'm just gonna say it. Listen. Oh shit, look, it's a Ninja Turtle, chat. It's what we would dress up as if we go to BlizzCon. Chat, I think I might dress up as a Ninja Turtle at BlizzCon. I think I'm gonna do it. I don't give a fuck. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go to BlizzCon next year, dress up as a Ninja Turtle. We're gonna live stream it, chat. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. They might kick me out, but I don't give a fuck, chat. We'll stream from the outdoors. But with that being said, as much as I love the Ninja Turtles, I'm a big fan of Ninja Turtles. I have no hate on this. I love Ninja Turtles, like in games like, you know, by the way, if you guys know, the Ninja Turtles are in the recent Tony Hawk game. The recent Tony Hawk game that they just put out, the one with Bam Margera in there. I love that. I have no problem with the Ninja Turtles being in there. That's like a cool game. You know, it's a homage to what it was like back in the day. That's great. But I'm so tired of, I mean, Donatello. Come on, my last name's Tello. Settle down. Donatello's my boy, right? That's my boy. Donatello. We're cousins, right? Lock it in. But you get what I'm saying? It's like, dog. The amount of disrespect that the COD scene has had. This game is called Call of Duty. Where's the Call of Duty? Like, there was at one point this game was similar back in the day. Do you guys remember Medal of Honor? Do you guys remember Medal of Honor? Does anybody remember Medal of Honor here? Any old heads from Medal of fucking Honor? Do you guys remember that? Dude. The old days, bro. Oh my God. There was a time where I thought COD was like, yo, COD and Medal of Honor are my fucking games, bro. Like Call of Duty 2, Big Red 1 back in the day. COD 3 was my shit, bro. I loved COD 3. That theme song on COD 3, bro. My days, bro. The D-Day mission. Yes, we know. Bro, that COD 3 theme was peak, bro. And then out of nowhere, life took a spin. Now, it was a scary spin, but we had the fucking, you know, we had the spin happen, chat. We had one of these. Let me show you real quick. We'll go right back to the video, chat. We'll go back. Chat. They hit us with this. Many years ago, chat. Many years ago, chat. They hit us with this. Hold on a second. Let me see if this is the trailer. I think it is. Chat, they hit us with this many years ago.
This game has not yet been rated.
Сегодня одной нации при восприятии впереди в том предательство и оккупации. Товар. Пришло время показать, на что мы способны.
We had a good chat. Damn.
Ready up.
Damn, that shit hit, bro. But you know what would hit better? Put a chick in it and make it gay. Put a chick in it, chat, and make it gay. Put a chick in it and make it gay. I think we need Nicki Minaj in there. I didn't see one. Nicki Minaj, double booty, triple latex, full spandex, full coochie on the screen, full gussy on the screen. Where's the latex? Let's keep watching.
And eventually forced Activision to backtrack, which, you know what, pretty much always feels good. And it all comes back to the idea of the slop era. The slop era is built on a simple idea that Activision cares more about selling skins than the actual game. So they flood the store with slop skins that dilute the fantasy.
Love this.
Why would they do this, you may ask? Well, the obvious answer is
thank you for the
because they
sub,
sell to huge
Starfire. Much love
audiences.
to you.
But people
I appreciate
aren't just
you.
mad. about
You
the
don't need to.
organization,
Thank you,
the
though.
number of bundles
Thank you.
that are presented to them.
Much love
They're not
to
even
you.
just mad about the
Lock
licensed
it in.
properties. It's
All right,
deeper
chat.
than
Hold
that.
on. One second. We'll give you a lock it in. You're demanding it. Here you go. There you go. Much love to you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Y'all don't need to do any of that. I just do this for your entertainment, and we have a good time to just shoot the shit. Chat this week also. By the way, I think I would like to. Maybe Friday we do it. We'll see what happens. I think Friday night would be cool. Maybe we do a full-on Diablo 2 stream. Chat. We start off the night, no drama, no reacting, just straight up Diablo 2 for like 4 hours straight, or a little longer. We'll see what happens. D2R resurrected, chat. D2R resurrected. We make a brand new character. We're going to go hammered in. I have a hammered in already. Like, I was leveling him. I was on the process, but I'll just start over. I don't care. And I think we started. Maybe Friday night. Maybe Friday night. We'll see what happens. Let's watch.
About audience tension.
I love you,
now,
Corson.
we've talked a lot
Much
about
love.
licensing
Much
being
love, chat. Love you
about
guys.
more than just sales for these companies on this channel, because it's also about user
Rainbow
acquisition.
Soldiers indeed.
And it's a marketing technique that brings people together from different groups. And the easiest way to frame this is actually Happy Meals. It's basically Happy Meal toys for life size
Ooh,
cosmetics.
I like
You
Happy
see,
Meals.
Kids come for the toys, but the thing that's bought is a McDonald's meal. And that builds brand affinity.
Okay, bet,
with
Michael.
McDonald's.
Huge. That'd be huge.
So if you were going to get yourself
Izzy said he
a
has some shit for me
Minecraft
too, but we'll
burger
see.
thing, well,
I'm down to just
Minecraft
game.
may
That'd be
have got
fun.
you through the door, but you just had a McDonald's experience. McDonald's gets
Ooh,
to
I like
grow
McDonald's,
its brand
chat. I like
by
McDonald's.
using other brands.
I like
Call of
McDonald's.
Duty is already a platform with a wide audience.
I like
so
nuggets.
Happy Meal toys align with the broad demographics.
And Big Macs.
they've
Nuggets
got.
and Big Macs.
And that's why under one roof you've got Seth Rogen, you've got rappers, WWE superstars, and
Oh
90s
my
cartoons.
God,
you see,
bro.
what brings those together is
Oh
that for
my
20 to 30
God.
something players, COD is just where they hang out and voice chat after
This
work.
is ridiculous.
It's filled with brands that they recognize, but that's caused attention. Because this same game is also trying to appeal to tactical military adventure fans. People who got into the franchise when they saw that Call of Duty trailer all the way
This
back
is
in the earlier
ridiculous.
2000s. These people don't want their operator taken out by a cell-shaded Cornholio.
The grimace
They're also
shake.
the most vocal and hardcore of Call of Duty fans. The ones who
Oh, thank you
actually
so much,
take it
Starfire. You don't need to do
seriously.
that. I appreciate
now, just
it. Much
before
love,
Gamescom,
much
the
love.
associate creative director Miles Leslie told
Chill.
IGN something interesting. That they
Chill.
were, quote, trying to
You're
make
good.
sure
Chill.
all fans feel represented
Thank
in
you
the
so
game.
much. Much love.
So basically, trying to
appreciate
find a
you.
balance. They were paying attention to that
Thank
balance.
you so much.
Of course, they then announced something that
Thank you.
people absolutely hated that led to quite the social media campaign, and now they are walking it back. Because yes, the walkback was always happening, and Activision is making a public show of saying to the serious players, hey, you know what? We're going to try listening to you for once. Of course, my only question is that really genuine? I have a feeling it isn't. Okay, walk back time. Here's what they said. Quote, we know there's been a lot of conversation recently about the identity of Call of Duty. Some of you have said we've drifted from what made COD unique in the first place. Immersive, intense, visceral.
Terminator's
and
pretty
in
fucking
many
cool. I'm not
ways
gonna deny it.
grounded. That feedback
O-
hits home.
OG Terminator's
We take it
fire.
seriously. We hear you. Do you know what? If you're a dev working in that game, I actually do believe that. I just don't believe the people who actually have control do, because...
This is a... Oh my god. Bro, are we just watching base takes tonight? Do I have to put this in like a video chat and upload a video tomorrow about this? I think I might just take everything that I'm doing right here and just upload it to a video. The fact that we just watched a Charlie video talking about the same thing that we feel about Nintendo and Blizzard, and now you have Bellier over here talking about the situations at Blizzard that we constantly beef with, that we constantly have issues with. How I say, yes, the devs are not the people I'm fucking having the problem with. It's these scumbag, frat boy, fucking loser fucks. How hard is it for these dweebs and these Blizzard shills to understand? Jesus, bro.
Well,
Jesus.
Sell people cornholio, make money, easy.
Blows my fucking mind.
What we've seen
Blows
is
my
an
mind.
attempt to win hearts and minds. And the word grounded really stands out as a clear nod to complaints about military dilution. Now, Treyarch announced 2 major changes. Again, this was just 2 weeks after showing the game off at Gamescom. The first change is that carry forward was revoked. Operator and weapon cosmetics will no longer transfer. And some people will be really pissed off about that. And I do get why. That's stuff that they bought. Double XP tokens and zombie bubblegum rewards will stay because those are like earned progression rewards, but cosmetics would stay behind. That means Blob 7 will have a clean slate, and with that context, the second change makes sense. They say, quote, in Black Ops 7, bundles and items will be crafted to fit the Black Ops identity. We hear the feedback. We need to deliver a better balance towards the immersive core Call of Duty experience. Do you know what? As turnarounds go, this is fairly dramatic. They switched up a core marketing point. Yep. They removed something genuinely pro-consumer because, as pro-consumer as it was, it had externalities that sabotaged the integrity of their game.
That's a rare experience.
That is a massive shift for Activision.
That's a rare experience.
Now, this promise for the future is something we should treat with a lot of skepticism because sure, this is promised for launch, but how many licensing deals are already set in motion for this game? Can those things really be pulled? And what happens if player numbers decline steeply year on year, like they did with Black Ops 6? Will more cosmetics get pushed to boost revenue? There is serious doubt about Activision keeping their word long term, but while audiences aren't sure what will happen next, many are very confident about why this changed. That being that there is finally grounded competition.
Got a good point, Mike.
The elephant in the room is EA's walk back with Battlefield 6. And they've done other walkbacks in the past, like whenever they pulled the Santa skin from Battlefield. But essentially, EA have been saying everything right. And we'll probably cover the development story of that game, because man, it has only got more fascinating as info is leaked out. But for Call of Duty, Battlefield 6 is basically just a weapon for people to beat Activision into submission with. You know.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, it's crazy that a company like EA is the ones we're rooting for right now. Do you realize how weird that sounds? What timeline are we in? This is the same company that milks their fucking players for Madden Ultimate Team, FIFA Ultimate Team. This is the same company that uses their players like mules, bro. What world am I in? Yeah. What world am I in? Yo, what's poppin', Sins? What world am I in, dog? That we're rooting for EA over Activision. It's the lesser of two evils, but I have to give EA credit in terms of what they're doing with DICE. They're throwing all money at the wall and saying, this is your final chance. This is your fucking final, like, bon voyage. Make it happen, Captain. And what are they doing? They're going back to the old. You know why? Because that is what works. People are overseeing weird, gay shit in video games. We are tired of being limited in our freedom of speech, of saying what we want, playing what we want, and voicing our opinions on what we fucking want. This is the truth. This is the facts. We're tired of it. Stop giving us shit that makes the game fucking boring. You don't need to milk us every fucking 2 weeks for $15, $25, $20, this many dollars. How about for fucking $60, you give us a good game? Holy fuck. That's insane. Who would have known? That's a rarity. That would be super duper cool. Super duper. Super duper. EA are the first big ones to start learning. Hopefully others will. And I know, and I hope EA learns from this, because honestly, EA has a big chance, and I'm just going to say it now, and I know this is probably something I have not much weight on, but I'm just going to say it anyways, just to see if EA proves himself. We'll come back in a couple months and see if EA really turned into a bunch of gays themselves. We'll see. But I'm going to tell you right now, EA has a big chance to prove to themselves and prove to us as a community of players that they are no longer fucking just money-grubbing motherfuckers. You feel me? And I don't believe it, to be honest with you. We'll see, though. But I would love to see EA return back to what fucking was like badass back then. NFL Street, bro. Like NFL Blitz style shit, bro. Like some badass shit again. Like even with their sports games too, you know? Also, Battlefront fucking 3. Thank you. Make a Battlefront fucking 3. Your poor Battlefront community over here grinding their ass off on Battlefront 2 for years now. Every May the 4th, every year, you see the Battlefront tags come back. What the fuck, bro? Battlefront 3, can we man the fuck up and do it? Can we actually just do it? Because I would play it. I'd be involved. I'd fight for the cause. Please, bro. Yeah, I mean, dude, it goes back a long way, man. It goes back a long way. And I feel like, you know, after the money schemes and just how fucking greedy they become over the years, Ultimate Team really was the thing that really ruined a lot of things. But it made them millions, if not billions, right? It's fucking disgusting.
The talking points, grounded skins, developers saying they want to stick with the fantasy. These are things Activision is now saying to Call of Duty people, and it's all language that Battlefield people have, been talking about.
Correct.
People are obviously connecting the dots. And the story fits. The idea that Battlefield's grounded fantasy convinced Call of Duty to back down from its bullshit, that now that actual competition exists, the risk of Cornholio just ruining the integrity of a game's art style, etc., that could actually punish a company, well, if there's real competition, then that punishment could be real. Now, nobody thinks Battlefield will outsell Call of Duty. That's never happened, even with Battlefield 1, which was their best-selling title. But if the conversation gets loud enough, as it has, then perception can influence things like pre-order numbers.
That'd be sick. I fuck with Foxhole
Barons.
Barons.
They will be looking at.
That's a good game.
And since Xbox walked back to
something like that would
game
be
policy
similar
without
be
revealing
interesting.
if Call of Duty would be included, maybe what they needed was an easy win. Maybe they needed to keep their revenue targets and their sentiment on track.
Yeah, maybe something similar to that,
leading
Michael.
To something like what we've got today. And it no doubt makes their decision-making simple when players can simply point at Battlefield and say, they're doing it right, you're not. Please change. Though obviously we're so late in the day that they can't change up the core game experience. But that's fine, because it's Black Ops. Black Ops has always been a little more goofy. The campaign reveal was full of psychedelic level designs, gameplay was more erratic than any boots-on-the-ground military game, and beyond that, insider gaming sources allege something fairly interesting, that the campaign's end will supposedly feature a PvP 32-player endgame thing for progression grinding. And of course all the other COD things. Warzone updates, zombies, just stuff to keep all of the different Call of Duty sub-audiences happy. But here's the thing, it all sounds good, especially when the creative director, Leslie, talks to IGN saying that it's about finding that tight balance. My concern is that the dev team don't really have a say in some of these things, and that once times change, and once the incentives change, that we'll just go right back to the slop era. With all this in mind, Call of Duty chose the simplest
that's a fear,
option.
man.
They needed to regain support from the angriest players. And yes, turning off cosmetic carry forwards might devalue existing player libraries, but when Black Ops 7 launches, the controversial skins won't be there. And the launch is the most important time in any game's life. It is,
100%.
after all, launch players who are more likely to accept other aspects of Black Ops 7, even ones that don't align with their fantasy. You know, as long as the multiplayer experience they care about feels right, they'll be happy enough. And ultimately, that's what this story is about. It's about Activision looking at their audience filled with dozens of angry plates. The people who just hang out, the tactical experience seekers, the Warzone players who never spend a dime, or the new wave of Game Pass people, or the zombie people who are waiting for the next insane plot twist. But this change in direction, it's seeing one of those plates wobble, realizing we don't want those bad headlines to sabotage the launch of our game, especially when it seems there's viable competition in the market, and then seeing that, trying to fix that wobbling plate as fast as is possible. For me, the deep concern is that the slop era still exists, that the only thing that has warranted this change is a slight change in incentives, because there's been a bit of drama and they know their launch is important. I am worried that it will be straight back to the slop of any old brand being able to pay their way into
knowing Activision, they'll do it, chat.
That is,
knowing Activision, they will. They will lie to us.
Games as a medium, almost, at least.
They will lie.
Now we should take this as a win. And in taking this as a win, we're saying we actually genuinely don't want these things in our games. We
100%.
don't want our games to be full of random-ass brands. By taking
Yes.
this win, we take this ground. Now, our challenge, my challenge, your challenge, is to hold this ground. Now, there's
100%.
one game that provides a counterexample of this sort of collab thing being done in a way that I think is a lot more tasteful. Certainly more tasteful than goddamn Cornholio. If you want to learn about that,
Helldivers,
why
yeah.
Helldivers is truly spiking up in its player counts
Yep,
right now,
Helldivers is killing
watch
it,
this
chat.
video next. And it's not just the Halo collab. There's actually a whole bunch of other shit to talk
Yeah,
about. Like the
Helldivers
game
pretty sick.
update. There's worms. There's underground caves. There's worms in caves. Madness.
Helldivers is killing
Check
it.
out next.
Chat, W video by Bellier, man. W video by Bellier. I mean, honestly, that's really it, man. Like, I think Activision can learn a lot, man, from its player base and learn a lot about, things that have meaning, Just give back meaning to your player base and you could see a lot, man. You really could see a lot. You play MOP at all? No, I refuse to play the Chinese slop. I refuse to play a game that has no heart in it, no love for it, no care for it, and a team that doesn't do anything for it. At all. Excuse me. I refuse to care about that. In my opinion, that's just not my thing. But at the end of the day, people can play it, right? I have no hate. I played it in the beginning. I did really well, my Warlock, too. We had some really fun times on Destro with my guild. But our guild decided to stop because we just didn't like it no more. It wasn't for us. We were Season of Discovery players. We didn't feel like it meshed well into MOP. And I do feel like a lot of players who played SOD, when you go from SOD to MOP, it's completely two different things, Very, very different things. The world in itself, too, as much as beautiful as it was, and I know through MOP as well, eventually when you guys get out of Heart of Fear, you get to do Terrace, you get to, do a Throne of Thunder, Siege of Orgrimmar, you get some key content, but unfortunately it just wasn't for me. And I realized there was a bigger issue. There was a bigger issue at hand more than just MOP in itself. I really feel like the big problem right now is Blizzard is on the same thing that we just watched right now. They are on that slop list. They're on the list of slop being accepted by the community and people in the community continuously believing that this slop is actually peak content, that this slop is actually the cream of the crop, that this is the fucking the symbol that represents Blizzard Entertainment, that this is what we hold ourselves by. And I unfortunately don't believe it anymore. It's not for me. Maybe it's just creative differences, right? Maybe I just don't see myself with them anymore, and that's it. That's fine. But I tell you what, man, I remember a time where Blizzard was Blizzard. I remember a time when they cooked, and I'll cherish that time. I'll always talk about that time. There's a lot of great things we can go and dive into about the old days of them. A lot of their original teams no longer there. They only got a couple people left. I think it's 2 people left that work there now that are not on the dev side of things, and it's just a shame. It's just a shame because corporate greed, Activision and Microsoft has really turned our boy, unfortunately, into something that we wish it didn't. Into something that we wish and we never saw before, and it's a damn shame. It really is a damn shame more than anything. And yeah, it is what it is, right, chat? It is what it is. It's sad. It sucks, but that's the reality. That's the reality we live in. Now, there's this video I want to watch. It's a longer one. This is a longer video, but this might hold us for a while to make an intellectual, in-depth conversation. This might be a good one. I think this might be really, really enjoyable. And I think we might have a lot to say about this one. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of the pandas. Not a big fan of the pandas or the paladins. Not a fan of both of them. But this one is talking about, simply put, why Classic Plus will never work. This is a tough topic right here, chat. This is a really tough topic. And something that we haven't really talked about. Obviously hoping for it. Wanting it. But not knowing if it will work at all. But this individual, truthfully, is just going right off the bat and saying he doesn't think it's going to work at all. So we're going to hear him out. We're going to see what he has to say. We're going to break it down. We're going to talk about it. And see if this dude's spitting some flames, chat. Let's see if this dude is the dragon. Let's see if he's the dragon we all think he is. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we'll see, chat. We'll see. This is going to be a very interesting conversation. It's going to strike home for a lot of people here. It's going to strike home, and we're going to see if this motherfucker's really spitting, bro. I hope he is. I hope he is, chat. But time shall tell, amigos. Time shall indeed tell. We'll see what's happening here. We'll see what's happening here. Let's see. Let's get involved. Is there a place where I can send something I'd like you to look at on stream? Yeah, we have on YouTube or on Twitch, Explanation Discord. We have a Discord people can join. For all those who don't know, we made a new Discord. It's a really, you know, cozy place. You guys can all mac and talk, you know, have a good time, chill. And it's a cool Discord. It's a very cool Discord. It should bring you to ours, and you could share anything in there for media share that you ever want us to watch on stream. We can watch some cozy videos together. Everybody can mac. We could talk some shit. Do our typical shit talk 101. I love doing that. And we go from there. From there. Super duper. Yeah, we go from there. Alright, chat, we're gonna get into it. By the way, chat, I had some good food today. I had shrimp. I had chicken scampi, actually. Not shrimp scampi. I had chicken scampi with some, a little bread roll, and I was chilling. I worked out today, too. It was nice. And then I had some eggs earlier. Really just some eggs and potatoes, nothing crazy. It's pretty nice. Good meals today. Good meals. Alright, chat, let's watch this video. Let's get involved. We'll see what this shit's all about.
Listen up, everybody. I have bad news. I don't think Blizzard...
They hit us with a damn ad. I gotta get Firefox. These motherfuckers. I gotta get Firefox, chat. Once I get Firefox, everything will be good. One sec, chat. Right,
everybody, I have bad news.
We're good.
I don't think Blizzard knows.
No cannolis, no Italian desserts, no Zeppelis.
In fact, I don't even think World of Warcraft players know what Classic Plus is, what it could or should look like, whether it'll deliver leveling-focused content or just be a geared treadmill for the endgame, or if any of these options are even possible. Will it just be an incremental release of new raids and dungeons until we've power-crept anything and everything from 2006? Will it be zone expansions, leveling overhauls, new professions, all of the above? Or will it get inspired by old-school RuneScape and integrate a more curated sandbox methodology
to its
design?
You never know.
But to be honest with you, I think none of these things will work. And here's why. Think back for a moment to a different time. 2019, Classic WoW just released. And even then, the idea of what comes next has been a constant, a conversation in-game and not. And for the longest time, Blizzard has been about as vague about it as one would expect Blizzard to be.
Of course.
Truthfully, just like the players, they had no idea, and were comfortable in allowing their subscribers to relive the nostalgia with a few minor changes, not just of classic vanilla Warcraft, but also the expansions preceding.
I understand that.
Now we're past the original game's player peak and are seeing an eerily similar trend get repeated once more. This isn't surprising. Blizzard has essentially opted to repeat history. No one should be scratching their heads over why the active player counts aren't booming. And now their backs are thoroughly up against a wall, facing the very real possibility of labeling Warlords of Draenor Classic and releasing what is widely considered to be the worst expansion in the game's history.
Wad hype.
They need to think of something, anything, and
Wad
fast.
hype, boys.
All of those quiet conversations from 2019
We're wadding up,
suddenly
guys.
need to be acknowledged.
We're wadding up, chat.
Not
We're
in a
wadding
snide
up.
way, like in Season of Discovery, but in a legitimate way, because most of the players left playing Classic aren't likely to transition to whatever retail WoW has become. Players and content creators alike are known to wax poetic about the future. All the unreleased content that Blizzard wanted to add in 2004, but simply didn't have the time.
That's an Ebonheart video right there. I can tell. That's Ebonheart. That's that's Ebonheart's video right there, and that's Metagoblin. I can tell right there. I can tell by the thumbnails.
Yet today I have the same issues with those old conversations from 2019 as I did back then. None of them, for whatever reason, acknowledge the fact that World of Warcraft may just not fit this model, this Classic Plus concept. On its surface, implementation looks fairly simple, right? This worked, so do more of it. But why did this work? In a few of my videos, I said that Classic, the original, still holds up today because of the emergent gameplay that it birthed.
True.
From Dire Maul tributes to guild collusions and world buff orchestration, as well as the simpler things like lining up to wait for mob spawns and random pickup groups to raid a knoll camp. The leveling experience is the best in any theme park MMO ever, and the interpersonal connections forged in the fires of tedious molten
it's
core
one of the
running were
goats.
unlike anything
It's one
in
of the
genre.
goats.
Back then, and as 2019 proved, still today. But if there's anything that Blizzard has fundamentally lacked the capacity to acknowledge, let alone replicate, is that emergence.
He's got the big boy
Blizzard
cape and
is
axe.
compulsively obsessed with balancing out every single aspect of player-driven creativity and labeling it an exploit. Dire Maul runs would not exist in any version of WoW other than Classic
I can understand
and
that sense.
maybe TBC. I don't want to make this video about all the pitfalls of time-gated slop bullshit plaguing retail WoW's otherwise exceptional gameplay, so let's instead mention the fact that Season of Discovery was closer in philosophy to retail than it was to Classic. The gameplay was still Classic WoW, sort of. They had some creative ideas for class design and some not so creative shoehorning of abilities from future expansions. They repurposed dungeons as raids, which was neat, and they incrementally released the game with specific level brackets in mind. On one hand, this replicated the classic beta they claim to be inspired by, but on the other, it is more closely aligned to expansion launches. The level cap increases, the amount of leveling to do is very, very minimal and quick, with tons of catch-up mechanics to make sure that you're never more than a dozen hours away from doing the single new raid available with your friends for like a few weeks before fading back into the brush like Homer Simpson, only to return back for the next expansion, or phase. While this was a fun experiment and just about as inconsequential as anything else in WoW, considering most people playing it knew their beloved characters would be prone to rotting on these servers after a year had
That was
passed.
the problem with that
Or maybe
headshot.
they'd give you the honor of
The
transferring
fact that these
them
characters
to whatever
just rotted out.
incarnation of Classic
They just
they deemed
rotted out.
acceptable.
The
But
disrespect
now,
was
it's
insane.
over, and Blizzard needs to, for the first time in a long time, have the difficult conversation of vision and philosophy. What is Classic Plus as a project? It can't just be another iffy year of throwing half-baked ideas patchworked together by a tiny development team and seeing what sticks, especially when backed by the ever-concerning reality that all of it may be deleted and forgotten. After all, an MMORPG is a promise of persistence. It's the understanding that you are expected to put in a lot of time doing something and not have that time be devalued by future updates or game closures. Now today,
I think real quick, it's not about like following the idea of OSRS to the T. I don't think it's that philosophy that we're going by. I think it's about understanding that OSRS caters to their community of constant updates and longevity, where you can always enjoy your character in the world. So you don't need to make it to that point where you take the systems and elements of RuneScape, but you get inspired by them to incorporate something in your world that still keeps your core WoW game philosophy of what we enjoy from level 1 to 60 experience in vanilla WoW, but to add more to it where it does feel like it's one of the most freshest experiences that we've ever had, where it is so original, it's so different, and it's so daring, it's so risk-taking, but damn does it work, and it expands the game to levels that we've never seen before. And you don't need to take it where it's like this long, over-daunting, you got to get everything to level 99 as you do in OSRS, but you could push the envelope in ways we've never seen before that actually makes sense to the world, and actually makes the world feel better in a way, where now the caves and the mines that you once went through have an expansion to it. The quests that used to be just a mere little thing has an actual cooler chain to it, a better reward to it, plays around a little bit differently with stats and items, and I think this is what they are already thinking of for sure, and obviously getting influence from a lot of private servers as it is. It's just about taking the opportunity to do that and executing it properly, which is something I'm sure they are having these conversations about. We'll see, though. Quest new dungeons, new raids, and mechanics that are hard. I think new mechanics that are hard is not everything always needs to be super hard. It just needs to be fun challenge. So I would change that and say new mechanics that are fun challenge than just only hard. New ability to DB everything, so it's pure discovery again. Okay. Boss mechanics that require good coordination again, that can just be weak aura. Yeah, I think weak auras hurt the game a lot. I don't get me wrong. I mean, the problem is that that's a big issue too, where it's like they've been so dependent on add-ons their entire life that everyone's depending on add-ons now. And it's funny because you depend on literally third-party fucking like contractors, which we call these add-on guys, right? In a way, to make your game better because you failed to put your own in-house shit. And now they're starting to do that with retail with the one-button macro and all this shit, putting their own like plates and stuff. The Dragonflight style UI they've been working on for a while, right? And trying to implement these things with their own in-house shit is something they should have been doing for a long time, in my opinion. But not the one button macro design. I think more of just making the game, understandable for the player, right? Like, because like a lot of people wouldn't figure out like fucking, for example, like I'm a paladin guy, right? I'm a paladin, but back then you wouldn't understand how seal twisting worked if you never had a weapon swing timer, or if you were a warrior and you based your slams, right? If you were a rogue and traced your, poisons, right? And people would like lose track of these kind of things because WoW never really made in-house things to understand that. And you have to understand, even as a developer, you don't always understand the gamer that takes the next step of understanding their class more than even the developer does. Like, AKA, I could bring this up, SFan back in the day made a Ret Paladin guide about seal twisting. They were so influenced by, SFan's guide that the developers actually were like, bro, like that was probably the best guide I've ever seen on Paladins talking about the seal twisting, because that is a thing that was a mistake, based on the server tick, right? It wasn't really super intended. And then they, made it a thing come TBC with Sealed Blood, So it's like stuff like that, which like you have add-ons and support people who actually care about, giving people ways to manage their shit. But unfortunately, Blizzard never did their own in-house things until much, much later on, which is obviously in retail now. Weak auras became an arms race due to what it can do for encounters. Problem is people had to have them or had no idea knowing what's going on. Remove all the add-ons and telegraph stuff. Yeah, and I think that's a problem too, is that like, people became so wheelchaired. People like to, don't get me wrong. I know we all joke and laugh, when we say wheelchair, we think Paladin. I get that. But people became so wheelchaired to mechanics that they use their wheelchair to weak auras. Their wheelchair to bigwigs. Their wheelchair to fucking, all type of add-ons in reality. Better customer communication would be the first step in the right direction. It's not hard, Blizzard. They want us to pay, but they refuse to inform. No, I can understand. I dig that. They got to work with the community for sure. Yeah, for sure. All right. Excuse me. Sorry, Chuck.
It's not so much the case, as MMOs have become as fleeting as Diablo seasons. But I think WoW players were reminded of what an MMO actually feels like by having to exist in a version of their beloved world that wasn't perverted by some modern design sensibilities. Yeah. For the first time, some players were able to experience what having player agency feels like. I think the eye-opening moment for a lot of those experiencing Classic for the first time wasn't some general realization of exploration or simple classes, but the broader understanding that at one point, Azeroth felt like an actual place, somewhere to exist in rather than log into. Now, I don't want to just let that semi-meaningless phrase sit there, so let me elaborate as bluntly as I can. This was, in part, because it was grindier, more long-term, and demanded you spend your time playing rather than logging on Reddit and complaining about how much you need to play. Sometime in the next 20 years, there was a player and developer-driven realization that MMOs, which require a lot of time, effort, and commitment, are actually bad. Eventually, due to this, we landed where we are today with retail, and quite frankly, most of the genre, where MMOs have become jobs, not because they demand 8 hours a day, but because they meticulously curate how long you can and can't play, and earn something from that play. And the few MMOs that don't feel this way, such as old school RuneScape, that give their players the agency to set their own goals and spend dozens, hundreds, thousands of hours to achieve them without ever devaluing those achievements with future content, have been seeing a major resurgence.
This is true.
In a funny way, Classic WoW's success kind of laid the groundwork for that. The broad realization that this genre exists as time does. It is as inextricably bonded
I know, Michael.
to the
I'm
concept
slacking.
of
I'm slacking.
giving it your time,
But my
as
sub
you
is
would
active.
anything in the real world. There's a reason MMOs were synonymous with second lives, not because you could play a character, but because you genuinely needed to be that character, spend time as them. That's why it's massive, that's why it's multiplayer, and that's why it's online. That's why there are open worlds and hundreds of things to do in them, and why of all video game genres, it's the one that had the most people form faceless relationships with one another through. Finally, whether you have 1 or 10 hours a day to invest, you want your investment to mean something. While Classic WoW
No, I haven't heard this, John. If there's a link,
now
let me know.
we're back in that questionable limbo of where the hell are we going? A lack of reassurance is an MMO non-starter. That's why people are hesitant to jump back into a dying game, because why should you invest thousands of hours into something that is on the precipice of non-existence? Thankfully, we have the players to give some feedback. Unfortunately, to create a good game, you need agile, responsive, intelligent developers to take in that feedback and synthesize a correct answer. If game design was as easy as just implementing player feedback, then making games would be so unfathomably simple philosophically. But it's not. And as I said in a prior video, players are like patients at a hospital. They know when something is wrong, but they may not know how to cure it. Players know something is wrong. Very, very wrong. And now they are saying all kinds of stuff in an attempt to cure it, because as a hospital or a doctor, Blizzard has been dead silent for years. They have been leaving us on red, and we're dying over here. So while we have that one...
If this fucking guy is saying the same shit, bro, I mean, are we serious, dude? Are we serious? This is exactly what we've been saying, man. It's almost to the point where it's like, holy fuck, when is people, these individuals that can't get off the Blizzard shaft gonna understand? We're not fucking saying that the developers are fucking, I'm not calling them scumbag pieces of shit motherfuckers. I'm not doing that. But what I am saying is that Activision and Microsoft is no good for Blizzard. I'm sorry. Activision and Microsoft is, once again, I will repeat it, no good for Blizzard. These motherfuckers need to have creative freedom, do whatever the fuck they want. They're going to make enough money as it is, and they don't need these frat boy cocksuckers in suits telling them what to do. Move the fuck away from these guys, bro. Move the fuck away from these guys. Get out of there. Get out of there. I'm telling you. You could still cook up retail, and you could still cook up anything you fucking want. You don't need these motherfuckers anymore, bro. You make so much money as it is. You don't need them. You don't need them. It's insane, bro. It's insane, dog. It's really insane. The devs want classes to die, and to be honest, make retail great again, and we don't want that. Yeah, bro, we don't listen, man. At the end of the day, people want to enjoy retail. That's great, but man, you're like the amount of disrespect that the classic scene continues to get with an ongoing lack of fucking communication and updates. Yes, we get that their Classic Plus is coming. We understand that already. But come on, man. Enough of we saw it all in Season of Discovery. Every fucking 2 weeks before something, they announce it. Why do we gotta wait 2 weeks prior? What the fuck is that, bro? Where's the roadmap? Where's the actual, okay, we have things on time, it'll come out on time, we'll talk with our community, all the things that the players want to see. There's so much shit, bro, and it's tough, man. It really is tough, and it's at this point, we understand it. It's like beating a dead horse, it's fucking insane. But this guy gets it, though. This guy gets it.
Classic Plus survey and the vague assurance that maybe it'll happen eventually, the more important question is, what will happen eventually? How will it happen eventually? What is Classic Plus to you? The easiest and most common response is it's just more classic.
I agree,
More dungeons, more raids.
That's why I
more
canceled
endgame
my sub.
content,
I'm done.
Maybe a few unfinished
I'm done.
zones
I'm
in
good.
the original game, and
We'll
that's
see what they do with
sort of
Classic
it.
Plus.
This
We'll
will
see then.
only work in the short
I'll play other
term.
games in
This
the
is an
meantime,
MMO,
the community
and what
and
you're
chill.
saying Blizzard should
I'm
do
good.
is release the same thing
Straight
over
up.
and over again. This is both something that I think will kill the game, but also something I very well see Blizzard doing, because if there's anything they are competent at, it's making instanced content. Even then, what does that look like? Are
That's
we
great.
settling for expansions with
Hey, nothing
extra
wrong.
steps?
Actually, at this
new
point,
raids
chat,
that eventually power
do what
creep
y'all
the old
want, man.
ones?
Play
Or
Turtle
if
Wild,
you
play
aren't for
Epoch.
power creep,
I
what
cannot
would
care anymore because I'm not
itemization
with
even
Blizzard.
look like
I'm not
half a
sub
decade
to them
later?
anymore. I don't give a fuck.
Would there be raids with no
I'm
good
good.
loot for certain classes?
Do what you want,
because
boys.
that
Have
well
fun.
has run
Enjoy it
dry?
while it lasts,
Or are
is
we
what I would
going
say.
full send on
Enjoy
power
it while it
scale?
lasts. That's the best way to
Will
go
we be
about it. I'm
critting
still
for
playing on the low.
hundreds of thousands, if
I don't
not
care.
millions.
They wanna do
like in
something, ban me.
retail. Stats can
Go for it.
occasionally be
Do your
multiplicative,
thing.
especially in Classic.
We'll make
where
more videos
secondary
talking
stats
shit.
often scale additively with their percent-based implementation. I know that's a very granular example, but what does this item that gives plus 2% critical strike chance look like in a decade's time? Do new items give plus 20% critical strike chance, or are they still just as weak? Neither are tenable options. I don't see a reality where Blizzard is releasing copious amounts of dungeons and raids and not power creeping the game to all hell. Not because they're incompetent, but because when you have a game that's purely motivated by combat and power progression, you need to actually motivate the combat and power progression. Just look at Season of Discovery, a version
crazy,
they pretty bluntly, if slightly sardonically, called Classic Plus More. Other players have realized that just adding expansion content minus the systems and bracketed
fucking guy
levels
here,
doesn't really change anything other than make more boring versions of expansions. So instead they look toward the single success story in this space, old school RuneScape. I call OSRS a curated sandbox, as I don't believe it is exactly what one thinks of when they think sandbox MMO. It's not open-ended, and it's not only emergent. It's curated. The developers explicitly develop content to synergize with other content. The skills interconnect, the bosses build on one another, and eventually the additive nature of the game creates for dozens of different paths you can choose to go on at any given moment.
Yeah.
While a sandbox is open-ended conceptually, old school RuneScape is more rigid in its structure, and the paths designed are done so, more often than not, intentionally. A curated sandbox. WoW isn't a sandbox, curated or not. It's a theme park, meaning the systems that
MMO.
hold it together are
Very correct.
vertical and driven by erasure. It's inherently a more shallow and immediate game. That's phrased negatively, but there's a reason it became the most popular MMO ever. It works, and it can be incredibly fun.
Yes.
But these systems don't have the infrastructure needed to become additive in the same way a sandbox is. If old school RuneScape content looks like this, a large orb of things to do, with every new update adding a new growth onto it,
Yes.
World of Warcraft looks like this. In Classic anyway, where the leveling is broad and driven by your choice of zones and dungeons and grinds,
Yeah.
and then narrows down significantly
very
once
true.
you hit max, as you are given one of essentially three options. Grind professions for combat and gold, do raids for combat and loot, and PvP for combat and loot.
He might be onto
You can
something
do
here,
all
chat,
of these
honestly.
things, but they aren't particularly deep or interconnected, are they? They're just kind of all roundabout means of doing the one thing that WoW has always been good at: killing shit. Even professions are all just a means to that end. The depth of content in WoW stems, as I've said, from emergent gameplay, roleplay, open world battles, guild drama, world buff organizations, self-prescribed solo challenges for gold, and etc, etc, etc. These aren't pieces of developed content, but novel, creative approaches in engagement driven entirely by the player base and accepted by the developers.
Hold on, chat.
Instanced content on
One
its
second,
own
chat.
in a-
1 second. Give me 1 sec. I gotta use the bathroom real fast. I just noticed. Real quick. Quick little FTP. We'll be right back and we'll continue this video. 1 sec.
I'm not a big fan of the paladin. 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 Not a big fan. Not a paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the banner man. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the banner man. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft.
Oh, we're back, chat. I'm sorry about that. I just had to go to the bathroom. I also cut something on my fucking leg. I was like scratching my leg real quick, and I noticed there was like a little speck of blood. Nothing crazy. We're good. We're chilling.
Vacuum doesn't drive
just
this.
cut a scab.
You
It's
can
an
see what
accident.
I mean by looking at retail or even Season of Discovery. There really aren't any good stories to tell because your only method of communication is driven by insular experiences, and any kind of strategic emergence is often undercut by the heavy hammer of Blizzard's
got a little
intentional
chocolate, chat.
design.
A little
If
Unreal.
this is Classic's content approach, then this is retail. It's as narrow and shallow as can be, even when the depth of
Very
class
true.
design is incredible and the actual
Very
instance
true.
content is loads more nuanced. The methods through which you're allowed to play are more limited by contrast.
Hey, thank you for watching, and a special thank you to the members who support my channel. If you enjoy my content and want to become a member, you'll gain access to all kinds of perks, such as extra unscripted content, shoutouts, and more.
I see
Thank
what you're
you,
saying,
and
Corsa.
back to the video.
And that's why I think he's going to go into Turtle WoW and talk about Turtle WoW being that, like, that caveat to the mix, you know what I'm saying? Because you look at, like, how Turtle WoW is still following the theme park, but what they have done is expanded the theme park. So it's still a theme park MMO that we know and love, but the theme park in itself has more toys in it. You get what I'm saying? And that's what's missing. You know, filling the gaps, filling the empty spots of the theme park that's missing. Oh, like, you know, maybe there's not a candy stand over there. Why is there not a roller coaster stand over there? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is there not a game stand over there? And I think that's the problem, you know, that we've always wanted to, like, that's a really good talking point, actually, of course. I might note that down in a future video. Might note that down, amigo. Might note that down.
So,
it's a really good talking
Classic
point.
Plus, it can't just be raids and dungeons, right? That won't work for longer than a couple years. Players will eventually
I
get
agree.
sick of the same cycle of content. Don't believe me? Here's Season of Discovery's
I agree.
population chart, or the best that the players have managed to figure out due to Blizzard's secrecy over actual player counts. It peaked
This guy
immediately
is nailing
and then
it.
drastically dropped
Oh my
off,
God.
even when they added a properly new raid to the game. This is in major part due to Season of Discovery being seasonal. It's in the name, and therefore on a timer, making players less likely to invest their lives into it. but also because if all classic players want is a new raid, they would just play retail. Oh, but classes are too complicated. Don't worry, you can now press one button just like in classic. Here you go. Is that it then? Is classic
one button
Plus
hype,
dead in the
chat?
water? Well,
One
there's
button
another
hype.
thing that made it to the water.
One button hype.
Turtles.
Turtles!
That's so stupid. I'd be remiss to not discuss the turtle of it all. If you aren't aware,
Turtles!
it's likely the most popular
Gotta-
WoW private
Gotta
server.
love the
Private
turtles,
servers
chat.
are a funny
Chat,
thing
we
for
love
World of
turtles.
Warcraft because they're like
We love
harbingers
turtles.
of the future. They predict what's
We
coming.
love the turtles,
Whether
chat.
it be Nostalrius leading directly to Classic WoW or the many Classic Plus incarnations that will lead into Classic Plus. Once Blizzard capitalized on releasing a classic version of WoW, private servers who did just that gave up their market to a slightly more consistent product. Everyone who wanted an old school version of WoW could go and
Hell yeah.
finally play
That's
that
what's up, bro.
officially. And today, everyone who wants a Classic Plus has had some options to peek behind the curtain and entertain some
Look at this shit,
possibilities.
chat. Look at this shit.
Turtle WoW has been a long-running project
Look at
that
this
sought to
shit.
bring the most faithful interpretation of what a Classic Plus can look like, instead of just importing retail systems like Blizzard wants to do. Housing, really? Can you name a more fucking tone-deaf system than a fully cosmetic instance
Dude, this
housing
guy is
system
a Chad,
in
bro.
classic
I love this
World
guy.
of Warcraft?
I love
You
this
can.
guy.
It's called Transmog, and it was also on the server. Regardless, Turtle WoW augments the classic experience
guy
by
is a
expanding
fucking
zones,
Chad, bro.
adding new ones, creating new professions, and thousands of new items, and so on. It's essentially Classic Plus in the most reasonable sense, and
It
one
is.
that I think Blizzard could maybe pull off. Now, I know that in and of itself sounds
Disgusting.
pathetic. I think maybe the billion-dollar corporation might be able to match the quality of a few fans, but that's where we're at today. This is, again,
Dude,
not because
that is exactly it, bro. I'm so sick of these cornballs, bro. These motherfuckers who, obviously, you know, we're all Chads here. We all get it, right? We all are part of the club. Y'all get it, right? But I'm so sick of these cornballs who take the side of a billion-dollar corporation and say, yo, daddy is cooking over here. Like, I don't know about you guys, but daddy is fucking... He's slaying in retail. It's a slangle in retail. Dad's cooking over here. Look at the RMT, the situation over here in Anniversary. This shit fucks. This shit's lit. There's a big slay angle here. And then you look at a bunch of guys in fucking, like, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, wherever the fuck they're from, in a cave with fucking a heater. And you saw the tweet, chat. Remember the tweet we pulled up? Look at it. Listen, if we gotta pull up the tweet again, we'll do it. You remember the tweet, right? Remember the Turtle WoW tweet? Oh, dude, I could make some controversy right now. I could make some controversy. Do I dare retweet it and say some shit? I could make some controversy, chat. Ooh, I could make some controversy. Chat. Remember this tweet? Oh, for those who weren't there. This was UE5 on Linux. Now, obviously, it's a bad image quality. No big deal. Let's ignore the image quality. But this is Turtle WoW's official team doing this. This motherfucker got a heater. I haven't seen one of those heaters since elementary school. And he's got a fucking regular base-ass fucking camera on a wide monitor in a studio apartment somewhere in fucking Russia. Or wherever the fuck he's at. And he's making Unreal 5. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Russian, dog. It's Russian. You can see it on the root kernel. You can see it on Linux. And I'm just saying, dog. You got fucking, like, a couple Joe Schmoes rolling up cigarettes and smoking doinks and Amish, making a better quality than fucking Blizzard Entertainment. Billion-dollar company versus Joe Schmoes in fucking Dagestan. Microsoft and Activision versus Dorta's giant racketeering tits. Big tits. Some would say the best tits. The tits are real, Chad. I heard the tits are real. She puts the rack in racketeering. I heard they're real. I'm just saying. Big tits, fat tits, huge tits. But this is the conversation that we're having. You know what I mean? Marina, what's good, Doc? What's good? But this is the conversation that we're having. It's not about so much of like, okay, I am in demand of wanting answers right a fucking way, right? You don't want to give us answers? Fine. It's fine. I'm no longer even playing. You do your thing. I'll take the step back and smoke my doinks and Amish and Mac. But let me at least say this. You're getting embarrassed by these guys. You're getting embarrassed by a guy in a one-studio apartment with a heater that I haven't seen since elementary school. That's a little alarming. That's weird. So that's why I feel like I see shit like this, and I keep, when I was playing Turtle WoW, because obviously I haven't played in a while, I've been playing more Project Epoch lately, just been enjoying it, me and my friends, we just decided to play it, you know, so I'm playing it on the low. But when I see this shit, I'm like, dog, what the fuck are y'all doing? What's actually happening? I don't care if these are your fucking IP Reds. These guys are doing ideas you haven't even thought of in years. In years. You haven't thought of these things in years. You haven't thought of none of this thing in Season of Discovery, but when you did think about it, you just took it, and you said it was your own thing. You said it was your own thing. Tents? Sleeping bags. Scarlet Enclave? They had it. Karazhan Crypts? They had it. Now, I'll give you credit, though. Your Karazhan Crypts version was better, though. So that does show me there is some fucking juice in that nutsack. There's some juice in that nutsack. That shows me there's some juice in your nuts. That shows me there's something there. But you'll never see the full potential if you keep working with the frat boys called Activision and Microsoft. You'll never see it. Because Microsoft and Activision are ruining Blizzard Entertainment. Microsoft and Activision are ruining Blizzard Entertainment. These motherfuckers are killing our boys. And a lot of our boys are gone from back in the day. You know? So that's all I'm saying. They're prepping for Nax. They haven't even given an announcement for Nax. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm 100% playing Unreal Engine Turtle when it comes out, no question. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. Chat, I'm going to say it now. There's a chance I might go back. I won't stream it. But that's why we got a community here, right? We got a Discord, boys. We can all mac and chill together. There's a chance I might go back. We'll see. We'll see. I do think I like Diablo 2 on the list, though. I'm not supporting. I'm no longer in support of anybody. I have no support from anybody. I ain't taking no promotions. I ain't taking none of that gay shit. I'm good on that. But what I am support of these giant nuts of doing whatever the fuck I want. And I'm not going to play it on stream, obviously. I'll still react and do my shit. Maybe I'll play Diablo 2 for sure. PoE 2, we'll see what we do with that. Maybe some other games too. But when I see this shit, when I see this quality, and I see the fact that this guy is even making a video putting Turtle WoW on his shit. And when did he last do this video? When did he do this video? He did this 2 days ago? You might see me start throwing back Turtle WoW footage in videos. You want to copyright me? Go for it. Do it. Do it. Fuck it at this point. Because I would love to make a martyr out of you cocksuckers over there. I would love to. It would be great. It'd be phenomenal, actually. It'd be phenomenal. Fuck it. Do it. It'd be hilarious, honestly. Because at the end of the day, we over here are the people that built your fucking game, bro. We care about your fucking game. And I'm not hating on the devs. They know I'm not hating on them. I'm more than sure they know that. It's a reason why fucking some of them still follow me. But I'm telling you right now, the guys you're working for, these scumbags, they ain't gonna let you be creative and you know it. They ain't gonna let you be creative and you know it. Yeah, no, but it's just it wouldn't be good on Twitch. And also, like, you know, at the end of the day, I'm not making videos promoting Turtle WoW. But what I am saying is that at the end of the day, it's just the simple fact that you motherfuckers, bro, you motherfuckers are getting outdone by fucking literal hooligans in a cave with slip-ons and one croc and a Lunchable.
Blizzard developers are incompetent. There's nothing inherently wrong with the development team, but because Blizzard
lock them up
has a no connective understanding of what made classic WoW good, and whatever filters down from management or their creative directors is so diluted and synthetic that it probably tastes like poison to the developers who are shackled to their desks and forced to implement another 1,700 recolors of the same mount onto the trading post. And history tends to repeat itself, with Blizzard suing the developers of Turtle WoW.
Yep.
This is expected. Everybody playing private servers must know, the developers included, that this is an impermanent detour. Naturally, the most competent people at Blizzard are their lawyers, so they can utilize this to snuff out the self-perpetuated competition before launching their standardized version. Now, that's not to say Blizzard's actions are unreasonable. It's their IP, legally, and they can very well do with it as they please. With that said, I feel as though there were ways to create a more amicable relationship with those creating a product that is at this point more conceptually and systemically interesting than anything Blizzard has made in like a decade.
I've been saying this shit for a week. I've been saying this shit for a week. This guy knows me. He has to know me. I've been saying this shit for a week. Are you fucking, like, oh my god, bro. Oh my god, my god, people are so retarded, bro. They're so retarded. I've been trying to say this. He even shows fucking, let me put my camera up here, chat, so you guys can see this. He's showing Sky Oblivion. We've been watching this and talking about this shit, dude. How I've been saying that when you look at fucking people creating passion projects better than the actual developers have done it, and if anything, just paying homage to your original game and not disrespecting your game, but really just adding a better variety to the world and still keeping it feel like it's the original fucking game. That's what Turtle WoW is doing. You should have just worked with them. Just work with them. Then you won't have such a big headache on your plate. But the fact that you don't work with them is because you have these gay boys over there at Activision and Microsoft telling you what you can and cannot do. You don't need these guys no more, bro. You've made billions. Take your portion of the fucking money, move on, and become just Blizzard Gaming. Remove the fucking entertainment, bro. Blizzard Gaming. Just get out of there, bro. I'm telling you, you don't need these assholes on your side no more. Look at the shits going on fucking Call of Duty. Activision knows they're fucking up with Treyarch. They're fucking up with Infinity Ward. They're fucking up with their internal studios. They have several studios working on COD. They know they're fucking up with their studios by enforcing these dumb-ass decisions to put stupid-ass skins in their game. And the community just wants to see fucking good old COD. That's why they're flocking to Battlefield 6. And EA, rare EAW, is making an actual fucking choice to become Chads. We'll see how long that lasts, though, when their skins and their shit gets implemented in portal mode. However, I digress from that. You see what I'm saying, chat? This is what we all fucking think about. And then you have these mentally ill, shill, retarded fucks that don't get it. They don't understand it. They'll never understand it because to them, the IP tastes so good down their throat, they can't get enough taste to understand what creativity looks like. They'll never be able to taste it. To them, it's just mythic key pushing, and to them, it's just living in RMT heaven with Chinese bots fucking boosting them through Maraudon. And that is it. That's final. I have no hate on people that enjoy any version of WoW, but I'm just speaking the truth. If you're playing hardcore WoW, much love to you. I actually think hardcore WoW is one of the more genuine experiences of World of Warcraft. If you're playing Classic Era, hey, much love to you as well. Everybody in fucking China is enjoying GDKPs up the fucking wazoo as it is, because everybody does it over there. But unfortunately, over there on Anniversary, they don't get it. Cancelled. Not allowed. Will they do a TBC Classic Era? Who knows? Who knows? Good luck, though. However, though, it's just the fucking facts. This is everything what this guy is saying is what I am embodying of how I feel. I am a fucking meat suit of emotion when I talk about this shit. And it's reason why I'm no longer on the Blizzard fucking bandwagon of saying, hell yeah, brother, Mr. Pandaria. Mr. Pandaria, bro. Mr. Pandalia. Mr. Pandalia fucks. Yo, Mr. Pandalia, have you gone to Half Hill lately to fucking take care of your fucking peaches and your orchards? To make your songs and transmute them into cloth? Have you done that lately? That shit is so fucking corny, dog. I'm sorry, bro. That's not what WoW is to me. It will never be fucking what WoW is. And Blizzard has a choice to fucking move on and become the fucking Chads that I feel like they still have a chance to prove. We'll see with Classic Plus. Who knows? But God, you get inspired by shit like this. It's just fucking sad, man. It really is. It really is.
Remember, the people playing Turtle WoW are also going to be the ones playing your version of Classic Plus too.
Jeez.
In my perfect world, approaching this situation as some developers
Yep,
have
WoD Classic Hype,
better relationship
Shadow Classic
with your
Hype,
fans,
Dragonflight
but I'm not
Hype,
privy
chat,
to the
Classic
facts of the
Dragonflight.
matter, so I will leave my speculation there. The lawsuit is
War Within Season 1
undeniably
Classic
legitimate
Hype.
And warranted. Instead, I'm
Shit's
a
gonna be
lot
fire,
more compelled
chat.
to think about the reasons for
We're
all
cooking.
of this to come about
We're cooking, boys.
in the first place.
We're
Private
cooking.
servers within the Warcraft ecosystem have always been responses to what WoW itself lacked, doing what Blizzard hadn't or couldn't. As mentioned, it started with Classic WoW and now is revolving around Classic Plus.
That's so funny. You guys are
Blizzard's
so funny.
inability to be even remotely
You guys are hilarious.
agile as this lumbering, obese, megalithic corporation suspended in the air like an impotent Baron Harkonnen has put them in the undesirable position of needing to retroactively mend cuts that have already scarred
That's actually
over.
funny.
They delivered Classic WoW years too late, and now they are likely scrambling to come up with a cost-effective Classic Plus. But even Turtle WoW has issues, conceptually I mean. It's
sure.
a very interesting peek into what Classic Plus could be, but it's
For sure.
also a narrow one, demographically speaking. The population that has enjoyed it is relatively small by comparison to the one that Blizzard needs to attract to sustain a full-scale development of a different version of WoW. That's the second, slightly more sympathetic argument I can think of. Blizzard is between a rock and a hard place. If they need to create what amounts to be a sustainable amount of content for a theme park MMO like WoW, they're going to need at least 100 developers on the project.
Oh yeah.
And suddenly, what was held together by shoestrings attached to rusty cogs, lubed up by stolen breast milk, is now a full-scale operation. One that needs a substantial budget and return to sustain. It may not be totally reasonable for the executives to greenlight such a project. If we want a version of Classic Plus with a proper content cadence that allows you to play for as long as you did back in 2019 without immense content droughts, then are you willing to shoulder shitty monetization schemes?
Chat, if they offer white mane breast milk, I think I'll invest my money. Maybe I'll put all my credit cards into it. We'll put the house on mortgage. We'll put it up for sale. We'll do it. We'll go the whole 9 yards, chat. We'll go the whole 9 yards for white mane breast milk. Hey, for some white mane booty pics, I might even give him a leg. Who knows? We'll send a leg.
The answer should be no. WoW tokens, which likely would be added, whether it be immediately or after enough players have sufficiently costed their way into endgame rating,
We'd really
will
lock
also
it in.
Exist beside cosmetics. There's a reason
I love
Blizzard
milk.
is considering transmog cosmetic overrides as a system to include. We also have seen them cross-port models between versions, which allows them to do the same with a deluge of cosmetic glut populating retail WoW. Sure, this allows for some level of horizontal repurposing of outmoded content through cosmetic collection, but it also allows them to monetize it to all hell. This is not a novel realization. They added a fucking WoW token to Wrath of the Lich King Classic, which was literally just a re-release of an expansion. It was like 4 developers locked in a cage getting fed hamster food and
That's actually a really good point, Storm.
Macintosh from 2007.
That's a really good point.
That's hyperbole, but obviously the scale of these projects would be different by comparison.
And imagine also too, think about it like this: if there was 500,000+ accounts made, even then, if you were to add all those accounts just based off of month 1, if they were playing just alone collectively, right? That's insane amount of money, right? You could do the math even on that. That's crazy amount of money they would have earned, even on month 1, to want to push the project even further. Because we all know launches are the strongest portions of Classic WoW. A launch is usually something that is like from a 1 to 3 month base on a high on a bull spike. If we were looking at this from an Excel sheet, and we were going to say, okay, well, let's look at the charts and graphs and let's see where this spike is going to go. Is it going to be a fucking like just a straight up regular curve spike, or is this going to bull to the fucking moon? Or are we going to see a downwards trend? That first 3 months, I'm telling you, it's going to bull. Then you're going to see it median out. You're going to see the median come between, then the slow fall. But only the slow fall would happen if there was no content. And that's why if they had the assets and they actually big focused on this, you can actually see that median being a stagnant uprising, where it's not always a bull spike, but it's always uprising and it's always climbing. Just like we see right now with OSRS, where yes, it's spiking, but now it's on a steady like high rise, right? And I think that's what they would be excited about, you know, if they had their executives over there look at that shit and be like, holy fuck, we're making numbers with this. So very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. And that's what I'm saying. But like, you know, this is a company, right, that looks at themselves and like, man, we're trying to make those Diablo numbers. You know what I'm saying? And I think for tomorrow, we're going to save that video, or we could watch it after this. Maybe we watch it after this. We'll see what happens. But let's keep watching this.
It needs
get a better understanding
demographic
of things
to even consider a standard monetization model.
We'll
Let's
see.
defer back to the initial topic. What is Classic Plus? Sadly, I don't have an answer. I've heard options and all of them sound holistically unconvincing. Adding some new zones and raids wouldn't be sustainable. It completely
it's not about
misses
raids.
the point, the
It's not only
appeal
about raids.
of WoW. I think adding new leveling content would be very cool thematically, but a huge time investment for little return. I'd love to see new leveling zones and expansions on old ones, but that can't be the selling point of the game because for most players, it's a one-time experience. And ultimately, the third option would be to make WoW a sandbox, or as close to one as possible. Turtle WoW has already been leaning heavier into this, an effort to sustain pre-existing content while employing the additive formula of old-school RuneScape. It may be the only option that sees the game survive for longer than a year or two. But by doing so, would it even be WoW anymore? If we uproot the subgenre that it in many ways perfected and transition it into another one, how much of that DNA will still be there? In some ways, it's like the ship of Theseus. In an attempt to replicate success, we begin to slowly rip apart the core of the game, reshape it into the version that we always wanted it to be. But in the process, is it the original anymore? How can it be Classic Plus when the plus is subsuming the classic? I would still prefer this though. I would rather see Blizzard swing for the fences and attempt to synthesize the gameplay and design people love into a more sustainable package for the future. If you agree, let's think of what that could look like in a general sense. For one, the entire itemization process would need to completely change. There would need to be entirely new systems added to the game, more interconnected elements in its professions, perhaps even allowing everyone to be every profession and exponentially increasing the amount of time needed to level them up, kind of creating a RuneScape-esque progression. Adding dozens, if not hundreds, of new profession-specific items that enhance your gameplay, building up a world where you're just as likely to go to Stone Talon Mountains as you are Blackrock Mountain. Adding horizontal systems that aren't just facilitating combat, but rather act as entirely new avenues of gameplay with enough depth to mimic that of combat. Things that you're excited to log into and do, and spend weeks grinding without ever needing to touch any of the traditionally Warcraft endgame. And finally, having the foresight and confidence needed to exist alongside player-driven emergence. It requires such a deft hand, such a nuanced and impressive understanding of World of Warcraft that I'm not sure anyone can pull it off. Because that's what RuneScape is. The benefit of old school RuneScape is that it has always been that, but the understanding of how to harness this has only improved in time. Today, our developers are very in tune with the systems of the sandbox, but only after years of trials and failures. It took the game dying, arguably twice, and being born again to iron out a long-term vision. Blizzard has not communicated anything to anyone. I'd be surprised if even the developers know what the future holds for this yet unannounced but kind of announced project. How is anyone to feel confident that they're in good hands when they can't even see the hands holding them? It's a maddening process. If there's anything I will advocate for, it's to be honest with your interests and forceful with your intentions. We're not talking old school RuneScape here. Jagex has had well over a decade to become agile and responsive to their community.
Very
and
true.
has integrated a controversial
Very true.
but exceptional polling system that gives a voice to players that all generally agree on what old school RuneScape is, what its future looks like. That's not without plenty of drama, but a skiller, a top-end PVMer, and a new player can all identify the overarching identity of old school RuneScape. The same cannot be said about Classic Plus. The community behind this concept needs time to evolve with it, but time itself is of the essence. There won't be a decade of mistakes because Blizzard's investment
probably one of the best videos I've
needs to be
seen in a
lot
long time,
more
chat. I'm not gonna lie to you.
to create a sustainable product.
What a fucking video.
Sandbox, curated or not, is great at
What a fucking video.
repurposing content and creating huge releases out of a comparably small amount of development time. Because old school RuneScape is long form, incremental, and ever growing, the developers can release a piece of content that will take months to complete without people batting an eye because they know that it will always be there. It won't be deleted with a seasonal update or an expansion.
I think you have to understand OSRS to understand what he's saying, which is tough. I
Even
understand that,
vanilla
Roddy.
WoW, all the
That
way
makes
back
sense.
in 2004, never had this luxury. Things were certainly more relevant for a longer period of time, but at this point, that strikes me more as a happy accident than an intended piece of design. The fact that Molten Core gear remained somewhat relevant in Naxxramas could have very well been because Blizzard's developers had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of their own itemization, and we've seen as much in Season of Discovery, sanding down the rough edges of item design to facilitate a more linear progression. Now, I want to ask you if just a half-year cycle of patches adding a new raid, maybe a new dungeon, and perhaps even some overworld stuff to do, whether that be a zone expansion or new leveling content, would be enough to retain your excitement about the game.
Yeah, I
not
see what you mean,
now,
Bar.
but years later. The benefit of a classic WoW release
They do
is
gotta
that
get
there
their
are
heads out their
two
asses.
enormous continents to journey through
well, I
in your
see what
task
you mean,
to
Course.
get max level. A single new zone or minor expansion doesn't add that agency.
Yeah,
Hell,
true.
even a fully new continent doesn't add that, as we've seen with the expansions that followed. So when I say be forceful with intent, I mean that you should, as a huge WoW fan, consider what it means to be playing a Classic Plus. Not now or in a year, but maybe in 5 years, 10. What does the game look like? What does your gameplay look like? Whatever the answer to that is, I hope it's not yet another path to where we currently are
What
today.
a fucking video, dude. What a video, chat. What a video, chat. I'm gonna put it here, share it all, man. What a fucking video. That was crazy, amigos. I think Sam Medina said something. Oh, chat, look what Sam Medina said here. Look what this fuck said here. Sam Medina said, 5 unemployed Russians could keep people happy. I think you underestimate or overestimate with how little we'd be happy and how little Blizzard would give us. This video is God tier. For a long time now, Blizzard has held back with their creativity. In my opinion, SOD was something, but ended without support. You nailed it. Everything said. I totally agree. They learn anything from all of us. There you go. Right in that chat. That was good. That was a good one. That was a good one. See see live in your channel profile picture. Oh, that's good. Kala, much love to you. Hope you're having a good one, Kala. Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't worry, man. 400. Yeah, I know. 400 gold each flask. Wow, consumables. It's going to be amazing. Looking like Jurassic Park a little bit. Look a little Jurassic Park action. Yeah, we went with a little green machine tonight. We went with a little green machine, chat. Tug is hog while you're at it. Settle down. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, chat. Stop it. I appreciate everybody. But chat, I think we're gonna save the next videos for tomorrow. There's a lot of other shit that I want to go into tomorrow as well. We got some more conspiracies. Tomorrow is gonna be a juicy conspiracy about somebody talking about how they believe Epoch was unfortunately a setup. Weird conspiracy, chat. Weird conspiracy. How they feel like that it wasn't a true cave-in. That there was some shady shit going on in the background. We're going to look into that tomorrow. We're also going to, tomorrow, we're going to start off with how Diablo Immortal has ruined a lot of things, you know, especially the thoughts and creativity with, you know, the scene in Blizzard on how they made way too much money with this mobile piece of shit and how it's affected the industry overall. We're going to talk about more Battlefield shit tomorrow. Supposedly, there's some, serious discussions to talk about with Tectone. It seems that's something I wanted to cover, but he made a new video that I think is pretty good, talking about that unfortunate incident with the girl getting stabbed in the train. I think that's very sad. Also, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I think that's a very devastating situation of what's going on. I think our country is in a really weird, you know, space overall. It's very sad to see, you know, anybody get killed because of their freedom of speech. I don't think that's the right thing. That's the right approach to go with. At the end of the day, people are, you know, human beings, and people's lives matter. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care if you're, you know, white, black, Asian. We don't judge around here. Everybody deserves to feel like they say what they want to say. If they have, you know, some good points, that's great, you know. But all that being said, also, by the way, I think this is well deserved, chat. I think this is well deserved. If I can do this, we're gonna mod. Okay. Michael, welcome to Modhood, buddy. We're modding Michael, chat. We're giving Michael mod permissions. Welcome to Mod Hill. Welcome to Mod City. Michael, welcome to Modhood. You've been very supportive of the stream. You've been nothing but informative, nothing but nice, nothing but kind. A rarity nowadays. You've been knighted. You've been a part of the members of the Crusade. I have much love to you, amigo. And I hope you use this justice to smite those when other mods are not here. And get rid of the corruption, get rid of the losers, get rid of the gay, retarded nerds that we don't want to see here. Get rid of the corruption, drain the swamp chat. Remove them from the collusion delusion and pack them up. You've been born, you've been knighted. Welcome to the Crusade. Lock it in. Keep it super duper. Much love to you. Lock it in, yeah. But chat, tomorrow's streams are going to be great. And I think Friday night, we might start playing Diablo. We'll start the Diablo run. We'll get the Hammond Paladin stuff going. And we shall go from there, chat. But in the meantime, amigos. It's all good, amigos. You guys are amigos, and we treat amigos just as much as we treat the Knights of the Crusade here, the mods, you know, the Knights of the Light, you know? We treat y'all with the same respect. Much love. Yeah, Diablo 2 Resurrected, chat. We gotta watch out for the stash, you know? We gotta watch out for the stash. However, though, chat, much love to you, always. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Today was a really special stream. I can't believe all the amount of gifted subs you guys gave. All the support you guys gave was kind of insane. Today's stream alone was kind of insane. And I thank you so much for the ungodly amount of subs that was provided today that I would have never thought of seeing a day in my life. So, thank you so much. Thank you for just, you know, W Stream Coins for giving 400 fucking subs on Kick, which is 95% revenue, which is crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the YouTube subs. Thank you for all the Twitch subs, the gifted subs. Thank you everybody who gifted on YouTube as well. All the love and support. You guys mean the world to me. And I really don't think there would be a Papatello. There wouldn't be a Hydration Nation. There wouldn't be a Lock It In Capital. There wouldn't be no truth and actual fucking retribution in this world, which needs it more than ever in the dark times that we're in, chat. And we wouldn't be doing these nightly things lately. And we've seemed to have grown a community here, which I think is beautiful. And I really would love to see you guys continue to show up, enjoy each other's company, Mac, smoke some cigarettes, maybe some Newports, maybe you're rolling some doinks, maybe you're sipping the Hennessy, maybe you're getting involved, who knows. There's a lot of things. But I really do love all the support, and I love you guys, and I thank you for everything. Chat, with that being said, though, amigos, I think we end this stream on a positive note, right, chat? Chat, I think we end this stream on a positive note. Yeah, there's a lot of good things tonight. I appreciate all you. We'll be live tomorrow night, chat. We go live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we'll get a video out. Maybe we talked about a lot of good points today. Maybe we could chop up and do something in a video. And we'll crank out a video for tomorrow. You know, maybe I'm thinking I really want to talk about the Nintendo situation a little bit more in depth and break into the documentation myself and how scary that really is, you know, for a lot of people in the scene, and how Nintendo and Blizzard are very fucking similar to one another, you know? They might be, you know, two different companies, but the shoe fits the horse the same way, if you get what I'm saying. Very similar companies in terms of how fucked up they are to their communities and fucked up they are to their fan base. So, chat, with that being said, chat, much love to you.